Chapter 612. It was to cheer for the cold and emotionless leader of the Bloodground Alliance. Maku said, "Ah-oh." There was a little friction between the two of them before the match. The atmosphere of the match was tense and intense right from the beginning. Contestant Neil seemed to be very agitated, and he seemed to want to overwhelm Xiaopi with his aura. However, he ended up getting angered by Jiang Xiaopi? Yi Xuanyang said, "I think we've already seen the charm of Jiang Xiaopi's mouth. His words, haven't we?" Ha! Maku burst into laughter, as if he had wiped away the haze from the past 2 days. He wasn't even as happy as he was now when he closed the comments section on Weibo. Maku definitely had above-average professionalism since he was able to broadcast the Star Warrior World Cup. However, he was a true fan of toxic milk powder. Due to his agitated emotions, his mouth followed the choice of his heart and hence, he spoke without thinking. Yi Xuanyang shouted excitedly, "It's time! It's time!" 2017, July 11th. The finals of the individual competition of the World Cup are about to begin. Maku said, "We've been waiting for this day. Let's bless our Chinese athlete Jiang Xiaopi. He's going. He's holding a bow?" Maku stood up abruptly, pressed his hands on the table, and carefully looked at the screen in front of him. He exclaimed in shock, "Jiang Xiaopi is holding a black bow in his hand?" Yi Xuanyang also took a closer look. It's like this. The staff of the national team handed it to us. It seems that Jiang Xiaopi is going to use a bow and arrow to fight the enemy." Maku sat down on the chair and said, "I've seen the comments of the netizens about Jiang Xiaopi. They say he's going to attack with a kaleidoscope." Yi Xuanyang said, "There's no doubt that Jiang Xiaopi is very suitable for this comment. Is this the strategy that Jiang Xiaopi came up with before the game?" Maku immediately analyzed. "We have the best team of coaches. Before the game, they must have done a thorough analysis of the European Shield before making such a decision. Let's look forward to Jiang Xiaopi giving us an exciting game." Yi Xuanyang continued, "Let's look forward to seeing what kind of unique archery skills Jiang Xiaopi will show us." In the audience, Ho Mingming crossed her arms in front of her chest and stared at Jiang Zhao silently under her white cap. Jiang Zhao's words during the qualifiers for the national team still lingered in her ears. "The giant blade technique belongs to the Xia family. My own skills are boxing and archery." And how many of those words were said in the form of jokes? Up until today, Ho Mingming had already completely trusted Jiang Zhao because he had fulfilled all the promises he had made every single time he boasted. After confirming the outcome, she knew that Jiang Zhao's archery skills were definitely not bad. However, she secretly thought to herself, "If I give you a few more star slots to absorb star techniques related to archery, will you be better than me in the arena?" Jiang Zhao was carrying the giant sword on his back and holding a bow and arrows in his hand. There was also a quiver on his shoulder that formed a strange X shape with the giant sword. He was fully armed, and it was obvious that he was well prepared for the competition. How confident was Neil Muller? He didn't even bring his kite shield and heavy hammer. What did this mean? It meant that he was going to use his star techniques to summon his kite shield and heavy hammer during the battle. It also meant that Neil Muller didn't take Jiang Zhao's control-type star techniques seriously at all. Neil Muller stood on the west side of the arena and said, "You'll cry." Jiang Zhao nodded and said, "Of course, I'll cry right away. You can't stop me even if you want to." Neil Muller was slightly stunned. What he meant by cry was not the same as what Jiang Zhao meant by cry. Jiang Zhao continued, "You're truly capable if you can stop me from crying." Neil Muller's face turned sullen, and he shook his head from side to side, letting out crisp sounds of bones cracking. He then remained silent. You're not going to speak anymore? Where's your provocation before the start of the competition? Don't be a coward, eat my diamond mouth cannon." Jiang Zhao yelled, "I don't even need to use silence to beat you up." Neil Muller was dumbfounded. "Does your silence have to work too?" Am I afraid that you'll use silence? Jiang Shao continued to yell. We Chinese treat people with courtesy. We're particular about giving you a set of cannons. How about this? I don't need silence, I don't need to use tears cleansing, and I don't need to use imprint. Neil Mueller's eyes widened as he stared at Jiang Shao. There was only one thought in his mind. Don't you have any shame? Jiang Shao yelled. If you still can't beat me, don't blame me for what happens next. Neil Mueller's body trembled with rage as he roared, shameless bastard. You. Neil. The voice of the female coach of the opposing team could be heard from outside the cage. She then spoke in German, which Jiang Shao couldn't understand. However, Neil Mueller quickly calmed down and heaved a sigh of relief. Jiang Shao suddenly said, Mommy's baby. This time, Neil Mueller was more stable and said with a cold expression, I'm a real man. Jiang Shao said, Did you just say that? Runner-up? Beep beep. Beep beep. The referee whistled and the competition began. Along with the cheers of the audience, the sky was quickly filled with dark clouds. Neil Mueller tilted his body and pressed his hand on his chest, after which a bright star quietly appeared and rotated rapidly around Neil's body. At this moment, the small star was at least 5 meters away from Neil's body. It seemed that all negative effects could be purified within this radius. However, regardless of the range, it was essentially a single-target purifying star technique. In terms of purification range, it couldn't be compared to Jiang Zhao's tear purification at all. Neil Mueller was dodging the blessing, while Jiang Shao stood in place without moving. His eyes were red and he didn't bless or silence at all. Instead, he directly activated Tears of Sorrow. At the same time, Jiang Shao also stepped on the halo of nostalgia and the scale of dawn instantly increased. Humph! Neil Mueller humphed coldly and grabbed the air with both hands, after which a dark golden hammer appeared quietly and a huge kite shield appeared in front of him. Seeing that Tears of Sorrow was about to fall, Neil Mueller held the shield in his left hand and raised it to the sky. All of a sudden, dark golden shields appeared above his head and formed a semicircle with a radius of 5 meters that enveloped him. However, in order to maintain the semicircle of shields above his head, Neil Mueller had no choice but to keep his left hand raised. He could step on an uplifting fog to break the emotional state brought about by Tears of Sorrow, but the fog required a certain amount of time to prepare. While he was moving swiftly and quickly, the rain of Tears of Sorrow started to fall rapidly. Ring Jiang Shao pressed bell to his chest and shouted, Runner-up, come on! Face me! Neil Mueller glared at Jiang Shao with a gloomy gaze and swung the hammer in his right hand. All of a sudden, the stars fell. Jiang Zhao's body flashed and he appeared 10 meters away from Neil. The black recurved bow in his hand was instantly pulled into a full moon shape. He held the bow firmly with his forehand and his elbows were slightly higher than his shoulders. When Jiang Zhao's hand touched his right jaw, Ho Mingming's eyes lit up. No matter what the final effect of this arrow was, she had already seen the scene she had expected. Such a swift and stable posture made Ho Mingming nod to herself. At this moment, her whole body seemed to freeze. She didn't even breathe, like a statue bathed in the rain. Jiang Shao didn't choose to stand behind his opponent, as if to highlight a fact. A real man. Come on. Face me. For an archer fighting against a warrior, a distance of 10 meters was already very close. Under the rain of Tears of Sorrow, the halo of nostalgia under Jiang Zhao's feet emitted a dazzling light. Under the combined effect of Tears of Sorrow and bell, Jiang Zhao's cheeky smile stiffened. An arrow shot out rapidly. Neil Mueller propped the shield above his head and swung his hammer, accurately deflecting the arrow. The next moment, Neil Muller's expression changed. The arrow with a faint purple glow had taken away a lot of his life force and star power. Neil roared angrily and charged forward with large strides. Jiang Zhao's eyes were as gloomy as his opponent's. With a backhand he drew the arrow, knocked the bow and pulled the bowstring. His movements were swift and fierce. A layer of star power covered the pitch-black recurve bow, and the arrow shot out rapidly. The arrow drew a faint purple line, but this time, it wasn't deflected by the hammer. Instead, it hit Neil's right leg. It didn't penetrate his skin, but it pierced through his sweatpants and hung on his right thigh. Bang! Neil's hammer fell, but it missed and smashed heavily on the turf. Star power flowed everywhere, shaking up the turf and soil. Jiang Zhao's figure flickered, and he was still 10 meters away. The pitch-black recurve bow was pulled into a full moon shape again. Whoosh! Mixed with the astral power that seemed to be breaking through the air, an arrow was shot out at a high speed, leaving a faint purple line in the air. Jiang Zhao quickly took out another arrow from his quiver, knocked it, and shot it in one go. Whoosh! Another arrow. Whoosh! One arrow. Whoosh! Another arrow. Dark red stars began to revolve in front of Neil, and his speed instantly increased by a notch. White mist finally appeared beneath his feet, and his low spirits were instantly alleviated. He chased after Jiang Zhao with large strides and tried his best to dodge every arrow. On the other hand, Jiang Zhao flickered continuously and shot arrows rapidly. The halo of nostalgia under his feet was dazzling. The sky was getting darker and darker, and it was raining tears. Under the indiscriminate attack of tears of sorrow, Jiang Zhao's face had already stiffened. Jiang Zhao stared at Neil, who was roaring furiously and chasing him frantically. A smile suddenly appeared on Jiang Zhao's gloomy face, but it turned into a stiff sneer. "How are you going to beat me?" Neil was furious. "How am I going to beat you? I'll show you how I'm going to beat you today." As the lustrous white mist floated beneath his feet, Neil's low spirits rose to a new high. His eyes were scorching and his face was filled with rage. He roared and swung an illusory hammer into the sky. Platinum quality star technique, Fall of the Gods. Next, it's time for your trial. To everyone's surprise, at the moment when Neil swung his hammer, Jiang Zhao suddenly appeared behind him with a bow in his left hand and a giant sword in his right hand. The adjusted gold quality green glow circulated, and star power overflowed. It was a simple attack. Bang! There was already fog under Neil's feet, and he could already put down the dark gold kite shield to resist Jiang Zhao's attack. However, he would have to pay the price of being watered by tears of sorrow. However, Jiang Zhao, who was flashing rapidly, was behind him, and the giant sword was also swung upwards. Damn it! Awesome! Wow! Mommy, it hurt, damn it! Xing Yan covered his bald head with both hands and couldn't help but feel a chill in his crotch. The attack from the bottom up was extremely sinister. The angle was extremely tricky. Sexy Jiang Zhao was writing online. He was trying to turn 2 into big bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 613. A 4,000-word chapter. Please vote for the little toxic healer. Thank you. The green glow flashed past, but there was no sound of the blade piercing through flesh. Instead, there was only the sound of two pieces of metal rubbing against each other. Neil was thrown into the sky by Jiang Zhao after receiving such a ruthless blow. Jiang Zhao waved his hand casually and inserted the giant sword into the ground beside him. There was an indescribable sense of freedom in his actions. Above Jiang Zhao's head, Neil, who was surrounded by stars, was glowing with a strange color that was extremely eye-catching in the pitch-black rain. Under the dim sky and the heavy rain, Jiang Zhao's star power spread out and seemed to be able to shake the rainwater, causing the heavy rain around him to become chaotic. Jiang Zhao quickly pulled out an arrow and aimed at the sky. The recurve bow and the bamboo arrow. He pinched the tail of the arrow and put it on the string. The pitch-black recurve bow was now as round as the autumn moon. Jiang Zhao held his breath and looked at Neil, who was flying far away in the sky. He then loosened his grip. Whoosh! The ordinary bamboo arrow was mixed with intense astral power. It drew a purple line in the air and cut through the rain like a shooting star. The moon was like a bow and the stars were like an arrow. Jiang Shao didn't have the ability to link the 7 stars together, but the rapid shooting was astonishing. Neil was struck by the arrows one after another, and his star power and vitality were drained. He quickly raised his shield and placed it under his body. As the shield left his body, the arrow no longer had vitality and only a little star power. Huh! Jiang Shao frowned and turned around abruptly, only to see the illusory shadow of a heavy hammer. The fall of the deities had finally arrived. Jiang Shao suddenly picked up the giant sword and appeared high up in the sky in a flash. Bell. A bell was pressed in front of his chest. At the same time, countless illusory hammer shadows blasted the area where Jiang Shao had just stood, turning it into a bombardment zone. The rumbling sounds were deafening, and the explosions were like heavy hammers that hit the people. To their surprise, the people exclaimed more because of Jiang Shao and not because of the falling hammers. Damn it! Motherf asterisk ker, what the F asterisk CK is this? He can't land at all. God Pi doesn't plan to let his feet touch the ground. A series of exclamations sounded, but Jiang Shao appeared in midair at Neil's feet. A giant blade light flashed as it collided heavily with the dark golden kite shield. Neil's figure flew straight into the sky, his majestic body smashing through the 10-meter-tall iron cage as he soared into the sky. Hoo, the illusory heavy hammer, which was originally hanging directly above the midfield and was at a height of 10 meters, was frantically swinging its shadow at Jiang Shao. It followed Jiang Zhao's figure and attacked him continuously as if it was tracking him. Jiang Zhao's figure flashed again, and he dodged a heavy hammer. He then appeared above Neil like a ghost. That's it? A damage rating? You've probably never fought against a teleportation assistant before, right? The giant sword in his hand was already on his back. Jiang Zhao's body was slightly fixed in the sky. Under the pouring rain, the arrow in his hand shot out rapidly. The arrow that carried the power of stars didn't seem to be affected by the falling raindrops. Ding! It accurately hit the back of Neil's head. Jiang Zhao's body began to fall while Neil's body continued to rise. In the process of Jiang Zhao's fall, a series of arrows were shot out. The scene was so strange that it was dumbfounding. Ah! Neil felt the star power in his body flowing out continuously, not only because of the interference of the arrows, but also because of the burning tears of sorrow. 2 shields had already appeared in his hands, one to block the rain of tears and the other to block the arrows. The hammer shadows that were chasing after Jiang Shao couldn't even touch the corners of his clothes because they had already smashed the surrounding cages and smashed into the audience seat. At such a high altitude, they flew out diagonally, and some were even blasted out of the arena. These hammer shadows were intercepted by the defensive wall erected in front of the audience. The violent rumbling made people panic, and couldn't help but scream. That star technique put a huge burden on the staff, who had no choice but to gather manpower to strengthen the transparent defensive wall. They had to prevent the hammers from rushing out of the stadium or adjust the angle again to rush into the audience. Neil was shocked and infuriated. He discovered that the star technique that he was proud of could not catch up with Jiang Zhao's speed at all. Neil raised his shield abruptly. Trying to escape? Jiang Zhao's eyes narrowed. He knew Neil's star technique too well. The shield could carry Neil away and he could use it again in the air. How can I let you succeed? Jiang Shao quickly flickered and slashed at the sole of Neil's shoe. The two of them were working at high altitudes in the first place, and Jiang Zhao's figure was extremely elusive. Under the extreme suppression of his speed and agility, Neil couldn't escape at all. His body spun rapidly, and he was slashed into the sky again. He had indeed used his star technique, Rampage, but due to the rapid rotation of his body, he was like a headless fly that was flying around in the air and bumping into each other. Without a shield to block the rain, Neil, who was constantly spinning, was drenched by the downpour of tears of sorrow. The invasion of the rain of tears and arrows had already caused his star power to drop rapidly. What made everything even more difficult was that Neil felt his stamina draining away rapidly and unavoidably. The cold wind whistled past his ears, and the cold rain splashed on his body. It wouldn't be long before he ran out of star power to support such a shield. Soon, he could feel the cold, icy rain slapping on his face. Neil, who was in a state of chaos, gave up on using his star technique. However, he suddenly heard a cold voice around him. "How are you going to defeat me?" The exact same question was asked in such a situation, but it was simply heart-wrenching. Whoosh! Neil widened his eyes and chased after the enemy's position while smashing his hammers. Neil had an extremely keen sense of the battlefield, and he actually managed to find the position where Jiang Zhao's giant sword was attacking. Neil seemed to have exerted all his strength in that attack. Both his star power and his physical strength were plummeting. Although Jiang Zhao's vitality was also being burned by tears of sorrow, Jiang Zhao's vitality was relatively healthy under the halo of nostalgia and the continuous attacks. His stamina was not a problem at all. "Go to hell!" Neil yelled. This time, he did not block with his shield and instead used his hammer to attack. However, the hammer and the giant sword did not collide. At the last moment, Jiang Zhao's figure flickered rapidly. Jiang Zhao's body was like a television with poor reception, flickering on the spot in an extremely bizarre manner. Moreover, it wasn't just a small hammer that was descending, but a gigantic illusory hammer. Platinum Star Technique, Twilight of the Gods. The huge illusory hammer seemed to have penetrated Jiang Zhao's body, but it did not cause him any harm at all. It simply fell rapidly. Jiang Zhao swung the giant sword again and sent Neil flying into the sky. At this moment, the two of them were probably more than 100 meters above the ground. Sensing the rapid loss of star power and stamina, Neil gritted his teeth. He was extremely infuriated, but he couldn't catch the annoying fly at all. However, he was mostly angry at his own incompetence. "Ah! Oh my God! Be careful!" The audience below looked up at the sky and tried their best to see the two figures clearly in the dark rain. However, all they saw was a huge hammer smashing down. Rumble! The giant hammer created a deep pit that was probably twice as large as the middle circle of the football field. Soil and turf splattered everywhere. Jiang Zhao pulled out the last arrow from his back and looked at Neil, who was furious. He then loosened his fingers. Whoosh! Jiang Xiaopi, Jiang Xiaopi. Neil muttered in Mandarin with a strange accent. His body was spinning rapidly, and he was already feeling dizzy. The series of continuous attacks had already made Neil's heart sink. Ring Jiang Zhao, who was falling in the rain, casually threw away the recurved bow and the quiver on his back. He then pressed Bell against his chest with one hand. It was hard to imagine that the mischievous Jiang Zhao could actually have such a cool side to him. Jiang Zhao's body appeared directly above Neil, and he watched as he spun rapidly and approached Neil. The stars surrounding Neil had already dissipated. Is it because of the depletion of star power? Or is it because Neil is feeling dizzy? Or both? However, none of that was what Jiang Zhao was concerned about at this moment. Jiang Zhao held the hilt of the giant sword and weighed it gently. Dusk of the Gods? That's a good name. Requisition. Green glow appeared on the giant sword in Jiang Zhao's hand. Under Jiang Zhao's efforts, the green glow actually seemed a little dazzling. He raised the giant sword above his head with both hands and bent his body like a bow. At the next moment, as Jiang Zhao opened his legs, a green glow flickered, and the giant sword cut through the rain, drawing a perfect semicircle. The 16th move of the Xia family swordsmanship, Dusk of the Gods? This slash was the perfect summary of the entire World Cup journey. Jiang Zhao did not intend to leave the giant sword in his hand unscathed from the slash. The sky was filled with dark clouds, as if it was the end of the world. It was getting darker. The audience below 100 meters looked up and tried to see the battle in the rain, only to see a bolt of lightning streaking across the sky. Bang! Kacha! There was a flash of green glow, and it was a diamond-grade green glow. The sound of "Kacha" came not only from the lightning that streaked across the sky, but also from the shattered giant sword. Neil's body was like a cannonball that was slashed from a height of hundreds of meters and fell at an extremely fast speed. The speed was so fast that it made one's hair stand on end. The audience did not even have time to react. Under normal circumstances, Neil might be able to react at such a distance of 100 meters, but at this moment, he was really about to be paralyzed by Jiang Zhao's sword, arrows, and rain. In the blink of an eye. Neil had already been smashed into the ground, creating a deep pit on the turf. Rumble. Oh my God! Is he going to win? Xia Yan's mouth was agape. Ever since the battle began, she had been staring at the ghostly figure, unable to say a word. Han Jiangxue looked up at the figure in the sky in the distance, trying hard to see everything clearly, as if she could not see the torn ground, the splashing mud, and the water droplets. Jiang Shao turned around in the air with his head facing the ground. He casually threw away the handle of the sword in his hand and fell straight down. Who said that a battle of attrition couldn't be one-sided? Who said that kiting had to be done from a distance? Kiting close to one's face? Jiang Xiaopi. What is Jiang Xiaopi trying to do? Yi Xuanyang's heart tightened as she stared at the screen in front of her. She had seen this scene before. Unlike the toxic healer who was a little confused previously, he was very clear-headed this time. Is he going to plunge down too? Is he going to fall vertically from such a height? Is he going to bombard him like that? Mako gasped in horror. There were also exclamations from the audience. Don't! Damn it, he's really going all out. Is he using himself as a bomb? No, Jiang Xiaopi. Don't. He's already won, right? Did he win? There's no need to fight head-on. There's no need to make any mistakes. This is what a star warrior should be like. That's the attitude you should have when it comes to winning the championship. Ah! Screams filled with worry and panic filled the air. Jiang Zhao's figure was still falling, and he had already raised his elbow. Beep! Beep! The referee's whistle suddenly sounded. Beep! Stop attacking! Stop attacking! China wins! Jiang Shao, who was falling rapidly, suddenly turned to look at the referee. At such a height, he naturally saw the nervous and panicky figures in the spectator seats to the south behind the referee. The scene seemed to have frozen at this moment. In Jiang Zhao's vision, Han Jiangxue clenched her fists and pressed them against the tip of her nose while shaking her head with a pleading look in her eyes. Whoosh! Jiang Zhao's figure flickered and he stood at the edge of the large pit. He did not get carried away, and with Belle's help, it was impossible for him to get carried away. He clearly knew what he wanted. None of this had anything to do with Han Jiangxue or even Jiang Shao himself. If the referee did not blow the whistle, nothing in the plan would have changed. The medical awakened star warrior quickly rushed in and dragged Neil, who had long been knocked out and soaked in the deep puddle of water. It was impossible to find the so-called Shield of Europe in the dirty, black puddles. It was already riddled with wounds, broken, and blood-stained. The powerful blow of the diamond green glow was really not to be trifled with. Even though Neil was instantly blasted away, the powerful blow was already in place. Neil, whose star power and stamina had been depleted, might have been injured by the diamond green glow, but what really knocked him out was the rapid fall from a height of 100 meters. Jiang Shao stood at the edge of the large pit and cancelled his star technique, Tear Shower, after which the torrential rain gradually became lighter. He pressed his left hand on his chest and pressed the number 29 hidden on his chest through the national team uniform. He raised his head and looked at the gloomy sky with reddened eyes. He mumbled, "There are still millions of children like me who grew up under your protection. The deceased rest in peace. Heroes are immortal." Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 6:14. China has won? China has won. I heard it. China has won. In the audience stands, the sea of crimson instantly boiled over. Wow! We've won! We've won! Xia Yan's face was filled with ecstasy as she turned around to look for Han Jiangxue. However, she discovered that Han Jiangxue had been thrown into the air by Wu Yao again. Ha 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 ha! Hurrah! Wu Yao caught Han Jiangxue with both hands and threw her into the air again. However, Han Jiangxue couldn't be bothered anymore. Even though her body was being tossed up and down, she kept her eyes fixed on Jiang Xiao. Song Chuanxi covered her mouth with one hand and looked at Jiang Xiaopi, who was looking up at the sky. She felt like it was just yesterday that they met. She really couldn't imagine that such a mischievous kid could actually make it to this stage and achieve the highest honor that ordinary people could never hope to achieve. Champion! Champion! Xiaopi! Xiaopi! Wu Shaojing screamed loudly, and Ember took the opportunity to hug her, celebrating excitedly. At the side, Zhao Wenlong and Ho Mingming stood side by side in the exact same posture with their arms crossed. They looked through the cheering crowd and at Jiang Xiao, who was standing quietly on the field. More than a month ago, Ho Mingming hoped that Zhao Wenlong would save some face for the toxic healer and not make Jiang Xiao leave helplessly during the qualifier. More than a month later, Ho Mingming and Zhao Wenlong stood quietly by the side of the field and watched the toxic healer become a god step by step. It was a wonderful feeling. If Ho Mingming had never tasted defeat before, she might not have such a mentality. However, at this moment, Ho Mingming still treated Jiang Xiao as an opponent and a goal to catch up with. We won! We won! We really won! Ma Ku exclaimed. You guys heard the cheers here, right? You guys saw the Chinese athletes standing at the top of the world again, right? Double yoke. It was unprecedented. Double champions in the team and individual competitions. Yi Xuanyang cheered excitedly. 2017 is a year that can be recorded in the history books again. The Huaxia team displayed an astounding strength, winning both the team and individual competitions. Ma Ku slammed the table and shouted. He was very familiar with Jiang Zhao's opponent. India's captain for the next round. The Rising Sun City team captain for the second round. Triple Maple Leaf captain. Four-wheel Royal Sea Burial King. 5 Wheels of America's George Starr. Xie of China. The host of the 7th round Jean Pingchong. Captain of the 8-wheel Rainbow. 9 rounds of the European Shield. Yi Xuanyang said, What kind of World Cup trip is this for Jiang Xiaopi? No one has ever dreamed of being able to stand at the top of the world as a support. Ma Ku, 9 matches. He brought his own Big Dipper constellation and shattered 9 resplendent stars. Yi Xuanyang suddenly smiled and said, The World Cup has given Jiang Xiaopi's 9 opponents legendary titles. Since Jiang Xiaopi has a giant blade and shattered the 9 stars, from now on, should Jiang Xiaopi be officially recognized as 9-star toxic healer? The dark clouds in the sky dispersed, revealing a clear blue sky with white clouds. The sun shone on the pitted grassy field. Neil Muller had been carried off the stage. It was unknown if he would still be alive to attend the award ceremony. Jiang Xiao stood in the middle of the venue and looked around at the crowd that was cheering for him. Even under the combined effects of tears of sorrow and bell, Jiang Zhao's emotions continued to rise and he quickly warmed up. The team of coaches on the substitutes bench had already huddled together and were cheering. Fang Xingyun was the only one who walked towards the arena step by step. She stepped past the collapsed and broken cage and walked towards Jiang Xiaopi. 12 years ago, she did not manage to stand at the highest position. 12 years later, her student had fulfilled her long-cherished wish. In fact, Fang Xingyun felt a little guilty. She did not think that she had really taught Jiang Xiaopi anything in the past year. She gave Jiang Xiao the recommendation letter that was of utmost importance. What she saw was more of his willpower and determination, as well as his sincerity. Everything that happened next was completely beyond her expectations. She watched as Jiang Xiao climbed up the mountain step by step and pulled down the arrogant opponents one after another. In the end, he smashed the shield of Europe, which had the strongest defense, and climbed to the highest peak of the world. From looking down to looking up. From cherishing to admiring. This was the mental journey of a capital star martial arts teacher and a former World Cup runner-up in the past month. Jiang Xiaopi saw Fang Xingyun approaching. He turned around and finally revealed a genuine smile on his face. He spread his arms. Fang Xingyun directly jumped into Jiang Xiaopi's arms. The huge force made Jiang Xiaopi take 2 steps back. Jiang Xiaopi said, "Thank you, Teacher Fang." Fang Xingyun said, "No, child. You've taught me more. I should thank you." In his line of sight, Jiang Xiao saw a sapphire blue figure in the distance. Jiang Xiaopi couldn't help but grin and wink at the figure with his left eye. Hai Tianqing raised his right hand and flashed a thumbs up. He then stepped back into the tunnel. Under Jiang Xiaopi's request, the conspiracy between the two had been approved by the national team. Those who were capable would indeed receive more attention and care. Jiang Xiaopi was indeed very influential. He was so influential that the national team could give him a separate locker room and Hai Tianqing could cover the room with petals. Fang Xingyun stood up and took a step back. He gently wiped the rainwater off Jiang Xiaopi's forehead with one hand and said, "You have no idea how happy I am now." Jiang Xiaopi looked at Fang Xingyun's gentle eyes and said, "It's too early for you to be happy." Fang Xingyun was stunned. Jiang Xiaopi also smiled. He turned to look at the staff, who were quickly leveling the field and setting up the podium. He said, "We're about to attend the awards ceremony. I'll go and clean up." Fang Xingyun nodded but rebuked, "Don't always talk nonsense." Jiang Xiaopi said while walking out of the field with Fang Xingyun, "I'm serious." Fang Xingyun immediately asked worriedly, "What will happen? What did you hear?" Jiang Xiaopi shook his head and said, "No, I mean, you'll be even happier later." Fang Xingyun thought about it and heaved a sigh of relief. However, he misunderstood and nodded. "I'll definitely be happier to see you win the Star Warrior World Cup later." Jiang Xiaopi did not explain further. He quickly walked back to the locker room with 100 skill points for winning the Star Warrior World Cup and the 1,000 skill points for winning the Star Warrior World Cup. Of course, Jiang Xiaopi and Hai Tianqing would not make such a low-level mistake. Jiang Xiaopi's locker room was still the same, while Hai Tianqing's was set up in another locker room. Jiang Xiaopi washed up carefully in the bathroom. Under the urging of the national team's staff, he quickly showered and changed into a brand new national team uniform. He then followed the staff out. Ever since he walked out of the players' tunnel, the atmosphere in the stadium, which was already noisy and lively, became even more lively. Under the work of the Star Warriors, the green field had been restored to its original state, and even the turf was green. It was as if no battle had taken place there, and the surrounding metal cages had long been removed. Under the sunlight, some of the turf was still wet, and the water droplets reflected the sparkling light. Jiang Xiaopi saw the podium on the south side of the midfield near the audience. There were no stairs for the first, second, or third place in the general competition. Instead, it was a large platform. Apart from Jiang Xiaopi, the staff of the national team were also invited to the podium by the staff. Under the strong request of the Chinese team leader, the rest of the players who participated in the individual competition jumped down from the south side of the spectator seats and joined the Chinese team. Apart from the Chinese team, there were no other players or staff from the Republic of Willpower or Japan on the field. On the huge podium, there was a glittering golden trophy. Behind the shiny trophy was not only blood and tears, but also the cruel truth. It was as if the second and third place did not deserve to have any names. Jiang Xiaopi realized that he was wrong. He was initially wondering if Neil Muller would be able to get up to receive the award, but the reality was that in the Star Warriors world, the winner takes all. As Jiang Xiaopi's lead teacher, Fang Xingyun walked among the nearly 30 staff members of the Chinese team. Compared to the other players who participated in the individual competition, the middle-aged men seemed to be more emotional. Their eyes were brimming with tears as they waved at the audience in all directions. Under the guidance of the host, the group stepped onto the podium. A few men in suits and leather shoes stood on the stage. They had different skin colors and were the organizers of the Star Warriors World Cup. They applauded politely and watched the team walk up. The staff of the Chinese team automatically stood at the back, allowing the group of players to stand slightly closer to the front. However, Jiang Xiaopi was pushed to the front. Jiang Xiaopi's eyes were fixed on the golden trophy on the small table. The trophy was somewhat similar to the World Cup. It had the same color, material, and shape, but there was only one athlete engraved at the bottom. In this way, there was a huge difference in both appearance and meaning. The golden trophy was engraved with a blurry golden figure who was holding the earth with both hands. Compared to the blurry figure who was holding the earth up, the engraving of the earth was extremely exquisite. The uneven three-dimensional terrain could even accurately depict each continent on the balloon. The host, who was dressed in a suit and leather shoes, stood at the side with a microphone in his hand. He lowered his head and looked at the paper in his hand. 2017 Star Warriors World Cup Individual Competition, Champion, China, Number 4. The host dragged out his voice and said in a strange accent, Jiang Xiaopi. Wow. Wow! The cheers of the people behind him merged with the cheers of the tens of thousands of people in the audience. Get the award. Hurry up and go. A few of his teammates pushed Jiang Xiaopi forward. Jiang Xiaopi picked up the golden trophy with one hand, but its weight was beyond his expectations. It was much heavier than he had imagined. Bang! Bang! While he was in a daze, the salutes on both sides of the podium sounded, giving Jiang Xiaopi a great shock. Golden-colored paper and ribbons dashed out and sprinkled down. Jiang Xiao opened his mouth slightly and looked up at the colorful paper that was flying all over the sky. He couldn't help but spread his hands out and stare at the audience on the south side through the golden paper rain that covered the sky and covered the earth. Xia Yan led Song Chuanxi's team and everyone in the audience, cheering excitedly, jumping around, and waving the flags in their hands. Jiang Xiaopi also found the familiar figure. Han Jiangxue crossed her fingers and clenched her fists before pressing them against the tip of her nose. Her posture was exactly the same as her previous posture during the competition. However, this time, her eyes were glistening with tears as she looked at Jiang Xiaopi quietly. Instead of shaking her head, she kept nodding gently. Jiang Xiaopi's gaze was a little dazed as memories surfaced in his mind. Snowfield, Arsenal, Volcano, Black Rock Mountain, Judge Yen, Fire Source Mountain Range, Night Sickness Mountain, Snow Mountain Territory, Dark Hall, Konkajinda. Swords, arrows, daggers, fists, dull nights and tense nerves time and time again. Despair and death in the snowfield again and again. Thousands of times at the foot of the Night Sickness Mountain mechanically. People always imagine the bait to be someone else, but in fact, the bait was Jiang Xiaopi, the purest version of Jiang Xiaopi. The speed of growth was twice as fast, but the price was twice as much oppression and hardship, as well as twice as much pain and torture. Even now, at this most blissful moment, there was still Jiang Xiaopi. He was still training with his golden partner in the dark ruins of calamity without slacking off at all. Humans were the same as trees. The more they yearned for sunlight, the more they wanted to extend their roots into the dark underground. On the podium, Jiang Xiao grinned and put on a sincere smile. He raised his head and looked at the golden confetti that filled the sky again. His right hand that was holding the World Cup naturally drooped down, and his left hand covered his face. He could no longer bear the surging emotions in his heart, and hot tears fell from his eyes, flowing down the corners of his mouth that was still smiling. If you guys really know what I've been through, bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 6:15. Hello, Jiang Xiaopi, congratulations on winning the individual competition. A middle-aged Caucasian man with gray hair stood in front of Jiang Xiao and extended his hand. Jiang Xiao handed the World Cup to his left hand and extended his right hand. Thank you. Now. The man looked to his side and saw a woman holding a tray. She had a professional smile on her face as she handed it over. The Caucasian man picked up the small square box and handed it to Jiang Xiao with a smile. This is your reward. Oh, what kind of reward will the organizers give to the winner of the individual World Cup? Jiang Xiao couldn't wait and thought, the reward should be better than the one given by the Capital Star Warriors and China Star Association, right? The Caucasian man continued to smile and said, Spatial star beads will always be the most precious type of star bead in this world. Jiang Zhao's eyes lit up and he grabbed the small square box. Before he could open it, the Caucasian man patted Jiang Xiao on the shoulder and said, Enjoy this moment that belongs to you. They then strode off the stage. The Chinese team at the back, please take a few steps forward. A large number of staff gathered below the stage, each of them carrying a camera as if they were carrying a long gun and a short cannon. The clicking sounds and flashes from time to time were heard, recording the precious scene. The precious photos were then fixed. Jiang Xiao handed the World Cup to the people beside him and smiled as he watched them hold it in their hands to observe it. He then passed it to the next person. Jiang Zhao's actions made the audience in front of the television nod in approval. In fact, Jiang Xiao was just releasing his hands. He secretly opened the small square box and saw 3 black star beads. Jiang Xiao got a great shock. Black star beads were rare. Jiang Xiao reached out and touched them, after which a message was immediately displayed in his internal star map. Dark Sky Star Bead, Platinum Quality, Star Technique. 1. Dark Sky Shackle. Confines an area in which all spatial star techniques are prohibited. Activating and maintaining the dark sky area requires a large amount of star power. Platinum Quality, Upgradable. 2. Dark Sky Defense. Opens a large space shield and teleports a specific target inside the space shield to a specific location. The space shield has strong defensive power. Platinum Quality, Upgradable. Do you want to absorb it together? Jiang Zhao's mouth slowly widened. Oh my god, what? What is this? Teleportation? What's more, group teleportation. They even thoughtfully added a defensive barrier while they were preparing for the teleportation. Which star beast produced this star technique? Isn't the first star technique supposed to restrain the second? This creature is very interesting. First star technique, Black Space Shackle. Prohibit all spatial star techniques from appearing in a certain area? Jiang Xiao frowned slightly. The star technique was extremely functional, but from another perspective, its function was extremely simple. It was specialized in restraining spatial star technique. If there were any students in the World Cup who possessed such a star technique, Jiang Zhao's teleportation would become a mere decoration. But, in terms of functionality, a sound of silence seems to be stronger? The Black Space Shackle only prohibited people in a certain area from using spatial star technique. However, Jiang Zhao's sound of silence prohibited everyone in a certain area from using all star techniques, be it the 1 or 2 star techniques in the star bead of the Dark Land creature. They seemed to overlap with the star techniques that Jiang Xiao currently possessed, at least to a certain extent. Let's go, Xiaopi. Stop daydreaming. It's time for the interview. Fang Xingyun patted Jiang Zhao's shoulder and stuffed the championship trophy into Jiang Zhao's arms. Oh? Oh. Jiang Xiao snapped back to his senses and hurriedly followed Fang Xingyun down the podium with the trophy and the small square box. Amidst the enthusiastic cheers of the audience, Fang Xingyun said to Jiang Xiao, "This interview is similar to a press conference. There will be a lot of domestic and foreign media outlet." Jiang Xiao raised the trophy and waved it at the audience. He suddenly froze and turned to look at Fang Xingyun. "What did you say?" Fang Xingyun covered her mouth and chuckled. The Chinese team had finally entered the players' tunnel, and the noise gradually subsided. She said, "In order to let you focus on preparing for the match, we didn't inform you in advance. This interview will last for 15 to 20 minutes and will be held in the conference room in the stadium." Jiang Shao grinned helplessly. He didn't want to talk to people he didn't know now. He wanted to give the trophy to Han Jiangxue and share the joy with the people closest to him. Fang Xingyun looked at Jiang Shao and advised him gently, "You're a soldier, aren't you? Treat this interview as the last mission of the World Cup. This is a mission that you have to complete. Don't shirk it." Jiang Shao humphed and said, "Yes, madam." Fang Xingyun rolled her eyes at Jiang Shao, and the Chinese team walked all the way to the east of the stadium and finally entered a house. As soon as Jiang Shao entered the house, he heard cheers, applause, and whistles. Looking at the faces with different skin colors, Jiang Shao smiled politely. The conference room had been remodeled and was divided into two small squares. There was a small path in the middle that led straight to the small podium in front of the conference room. Although he had defeated a bunch of foreign players during this World Cup trip, it seemed that the reporters were not bad. "The winner takes all" was an interesting phrase that was commonly used all over the world. "So you're here. I was wondering why you weren't waiting for me at the sidelines." When Jiang Shao was about to walk to the podium, he saw Yang Yang sitting in the first row and immediately spoke up. Yang Yang laughed out loud and suddenly felt extremely proud of himself. The world champion personally called out his name in front of so many people in the industry. Jiang Shao walked to the podium, placed the trophy and the small square box on the table, and sat down. Looking at the crowd in front of him, Jiang Shao felt that his head was buzzing. 10 questions. Our world champion is eager to return to the locker room to share the joy with his comrades. Please remain silent. Please raise your hand if you have any questions, the staff member of the national team said in standard English while standing beside Jiang Zhao's table. All of a sudden, the crowd below raised their hands one after another. As expected, the staff member on the stage pointed to Yang Yang, who was from his own country, first. Yang Yang stood up and said, "Congratulations, Jiang Xiaopi, you've completed an unprecedented feat. You've assisted Jiang Xiaopi in winning the championship. I'm afraid you're really unprecedented." Jiang Shao nodded at Yang Yang and then turned to look at the other reporters. "Next question." Yang Yang was dumbfounded. Hee. Jiang Shao suddenly chuckled and turned to look at Yang Yang again before winking at him with his left eye. Yang Yang was obviously shaken by Jiang Zhao's feint. He stammered and frantically said, "Let's comment on your journey to winning the championship." Jiang Shao thought for a while and said, "I like this journey. It allowed me to see many star warriors who are as hard-working as me." On the podium, the staff member reached out again and pointed to a Caucasian man. However, the man said, "To you, is the European shield undeserving of its reputation?" In an instant, the friendliness between the Chinese reporters and the foreign reporters could be seen. Jiang Shao shrugged and said, "Neil Muller is the runner-up." The Caucasian man was indignant and was about to ask further, but Jiang Shao continued, "The runner-up is the biggest loser." The conference room suddenly fell silent and the reporters looked at Jiang Shao in shock. Soon, their faces were filled with excitement like a group of sharks that had smelled blood. The Chinese staff member frantically pointed to the west again. A Caucasian woman stood up and said in a British accent, "Are you in contact with Juliet Emoluwan now? What do you think of her? Do you plan to get in touch with her in the future?" Jiang Shao was bewildered. Isn't this an interview for the Star Warriors World Cup? Why is there a gossip reporter here? Jiang Shao thought about it and said, "She's very beautiful, especially the way she crushed the petals with her fingers. She left a deep impression on me. She's really strong. A star warrior of her level can't just stay in a corner. She should see a wider world. I personally welcome her to study or work in China." The female reporter's eyes glistened and she said, "You want to see a wider world, right? Do you have any plans to travel abroad or study abroad?" Jiang Shao shook his head decisively and said, "No." The female reporter was speechless. Another yellow-skinned man stood up and frantically asked, "What's your evaluation of contestant Jin Pingchong? During the competition, he brought you a lot of trouble." Jiang Shao grinned and thought, "This is my interview for the championship, isn't it? You bunch of people, Jin Pingchong? You're the weakest one." Jiang Shao scratched his head and continued, "He's very beautiful. Well, I mean, his star technique is very bewitching. It's my greatest fortune to be able to compete with a contestant of such a standard. I really, really feel very lucky." At this point, Jiang Shao had a sincere expression on his face. The male reporter from Kimchi Nation was overjoyed and proud, as if he had been recognized by the champion. He plopped down on the chair happily. After being called out by the Chinese staff, Yang Yang stood up again, which made the other reporters extremely displeased. Yang Yang frantically asked, "You're already standing at the top of the world. What do you plan to do next?" Jiang Shao frowned and thought about it before saying, "I'll go back to Beijing Star Warrior University and take part in the makeup examination for the Year 1 final exam. I'll try my best not to be held back because I failed." Yang Yang was speechless. Jiang Shao took the trophy and the small square box and finally walked out of the meeting room under the escort of the members of the Chinese national team. However, when they heard that the contestants of the individual competition were ready to celebrate in the locker room, they hurriedly headed to the locker room. However, on the way back, Jiang Shao suddenly slowed down and grabbed Fang Xingyun's arm. The two of them slowed down and fell behind the team. Fang Xingyun asked softly with concern, "What's the matter?" Jiang Shao stopped at the door of an unfamiliar locker room, looked around and said, "Let's go in first. I have something to do." "Okay." Fang Xingyun also saw the crowd around them. She immediately opened the door and walked in. Heh! As soon as Fang Xingyun opened the door, she suddenly gasped and covered her mouth with one hand while standing at the door in a daze. The scene in front of her made her mind go blank. The huge locker room was already a sea of flowers. There were red roses scattered on the ground and walls. Among the red flowers, there was a touch of blue that was extremely eye-catching. Hai Tianqing was still dressed like a groomsman, but today, he had ulterior motives and wanted to become the official. Jiang Shao reached out and pried open Fang Xingyun's fingers that were gripping the door handle tightly. He then pushed Fang Xingyun's back gently and helped him to the end. Fang Xingyun took 2 steps forward and covered her mouth with both hands. Her beautiful eyes were glistening with tears, and her vision had begun to become blurry. Hai Tianqing pushed his glasses and knelt on one knee. He raised his hand and took out a small red box. He opened it gently and revealed a diamond ring. Hai Tianqing looked at Fang Xingyun with a gentle gaze and said, "Marry me." Fang Xingyun nodded continuously. Her soft and emotional heart had already melted, and she was sobbing uncontrollably. In the corridor, more than 10 staff members from the national team stopped and turned around. They were also accomplices. Unknowingly, figures appeared one after another. The players from the national team were holding champagne in their hands and approaching them quietly. Jiang Shao stared at the locker room, only to realize that the situation was a little awkward. Hai Tianqing stood in the middle of the locker room. Fang Xingyun had indeed agreed, but she was already sobbing uncontrollably and had no intention of moving forward at all. Hai Tianqing remained kneeling on one knee. His left and right knees tapped the ground repeatedly, showing his solid foundation as a star warrior. With those small, quick steps, he forcefully moved to the front of Fang Xingyun. As the diamond ring was put on Fang Xingyun's fair ring finger, Jiang Shao grinned and gave a thumbs up. "Oh, oh, oh, oh! Wow! Success! Success! Bless! Success!" Before Jiang Shao could react, The champagne that symbolized victory had already been sprayed on his body. Jiang Shao scurried into the locker room with his head in his hands. Xia Yan, Wu Yao, Xing Yan, and Ho Mingming were really the vanguard. The three of them chased after Jiang Shao, shaking the champagne frantically and spraying it on his body. Embers, Wu Shaojing, Zhao Wenlong, and the others rushed over and locked their eyes on Fang Xingyun. When they saw the couple hugging each other, they immediately poured the champagne on their faces. A large number of members of the national team swarmed in and the room was in chaos. The walls and ceiling were covered with flower petals and champagne was splashing everywhere. In the corridor, Xian poked her head out and carefully looked at the chaotic yet blissful scene in the room. She hurriedly leaned back and dodged a glass of champagne. As she leaned back, she saw another person who did not enter the locker room to celebrate. Xie Yan was leaning against the wall, holding the champagne in his hand and taking a sip. Xian tilted her head and said in an ethereal voice, "This is not for drinking." Xie Yan pursed his lips, pressed his thumb against the mouth of the bottle, and shook the champagne up and down. Then, he turned to look at Xian. Xian immediately felt that something was amiss. However, before she could escape, she was grabbed by a wet arm and carried into the locker room. Wu Shaojing, best friend. She hugged Xian with one hand and used her as a shield in front of her while she continued to shake the champagne with the other hand. The rules awakened had transformed into a shield warrior. She had successfully changed her profession and dashed towards the little toxic healer who was being targeted by everyone in the corner. Jiang Zhao's World Cup journey finally came to an end amidst the cheers and celebrations. Chapter 6:16. On July 15, 2017, Jiang Shao arrived at the Beijing International Airport of China with the national team. Unsurprisingly, Jiang Shao and the rest were welcomed by a large number of people, fans, and reporters. Unlike most of the participants, Jiang Shao and Han Jiangshu were freshmen and would be in their second year of university after this summer break. The other students were either in their third year of university and had plenty of time on their hands. In their fourth year of university, they basically did not have any classes and would just spend the year on internships, training, and job hunting. Their trip to the World Cup this time added a glorious mark to their resumes, and they believed that any future path they chose would be a green light. Most of the students were in their fourth year of university. Strictly speaking, they had already graduated at this point. Hence, they had more time on their hands. On the 18th of July, Jiang Shao and the others received an audience with the National Star Warriors Association and important leaders of the country. Jiang Shao had never thought that he would meet such a big shot. However, Jiang Zhao's battle results were there for all to see. Besides, he had also won the team competition next door. Under the rising tide, the 2017 World Cup could be said to be at the peak of the world. Not only did Jiang Shao receive verbal encouragement and a very honorable meeting, but he also received substantial rewards. On the first day after the World Cup ended, Jiang Shao reported the star bead that he coveted, the Void Calamity Star Bead, to the relevant personnel of the National Star Warriors Association. The National Star Warriors Association was really daddy, and would give him whatever he wanted. Jiang Shao had been treated unfairly during the National League, and he had only received one Void Calamity Shadow Star Bead because the organizers and the military had the intention of compensating him. The National Star Warriors Association's reward for the World Cup champion was a terrifying 5 Void Calamity Star Beads. A total of 5. In comparison, no one was interested in the 1 million yuan cash reward. The money was really more symbolic than practical. If one were to really use that money to buy the Void Calamity Star Bead, that amount of money would be too little. It was probably not even enough to make up for the difference. How precious was the Void Calamity Star Bead? There was no need to elaborate on that at all. The National Star Warriors Association offered 5 at one go. Jiang Shao almost wanted to join the National Star Warriors Association on the spot. Although Jiang Shao was a member of the National Star Warriors Association, he was still a student after all and would not work in the organization. If Jiang Shao were to join them directly and do well in such an organization, wouldn't he be able to fill his stomach with resources? The more realistic thing was that apart from Jiang Shao, the other participants would only be rewarded one star bead, and the quality of the star bead would be determined according to their ranking. To be honest, Jiang Shao felt that he should have taken advantage of the other teammates' resources, but that couldn't be helped. After all, apart from him, the one with the best results was Ho Mingming, who was ranked 12th. Han Jiangshu and her team were ranked 6th and were also in the top 8 of the World Cup. She had also received 3 Void Calamity Star Beads as a reward, as well as a symbolic reward of 200,000 yuan. No one knew what kind of star beads and how much money the 4 elites of the Xiangnan Military Academy had obtained. Jiang Shao was once again troubled by the happiness. Jiang Zhao's spacetime gap and calamity shadow star techniques were now at platinum quality level 1, which was the initial state after absorbing a void calamity star bead. If he shamelessly included Han Jiangshu as reward, Jiang Shao would now have a total of 8 void calamity star beads. However, if he wanted to upgrade those 2 star techniques to diamond quality, he would still need one more. A small upgrade of a platinum quality star technique would require 1,000 skill points. That made Jiang Shao feel the pinch. Of course, although it required a lot of skill points, Jiang Shao definitely wouldn't be stingy with his skill points if it was for the sake of upgrading such space-type star technique. Jiang Shao had obtained a total of 1,900 skill points during this World Cup trip, which was even less than the skill points awarded by the Guardians of the Night with the Crescent Moon Medal. From that perspective, although the internal star map could not speak, it clearly expressed that the military mission was more valuable than the World Cup. Jiang Shao dared not agree with that. He felt that his World Cup trip this time had broadened the values of the world and would affect thousands of awakened children. It would also make some mature Star Warriors realize the value of combat technique. In terms of influence, Jiang Shao felt that the World Cup trip had a greater and deeper impact. No matter what, these 2 missions were very meaningful and could not be compared together. However, the internal star map was a bitch that actually quantified everything. It was just an act of provoking. Jiang Shao wanted to take the secret of the internal star map with him to his grave. He wouldn't be silly enough to post a topic on Weibo and make people go crazy again. Following the principle of helping whenever he could, Jiang Shao thought that he should ask the Guardians of the Night for the remaining Void Calamity Star Bead. Jiang Shao was too ashamed to ask for a reward from the Wasteland Reclaimers. After all, he planned to be an off-duty member. However, the Guardians of the Night, wake up. Big shots. Your soldiers have become world champions. Aren't you going to express your gratitude? If there really aren't any star beads, a Crescent Moon Medal would be great too. From July 18th to July 20th, the national team members cooperated with the Star Association and participated in interview activities. They also did some publicity work. Photos, videos, battle records, personal growth records, and other information were all included in the Star Association archive. Jiang Zhao's golden trophy was also included, and it was displayed together with the trophies of the 3 previous World Cup individual champions. Jiang Shao even deliberately asked how long the exquisite World Cup trophy would be on display. When would he be able to bring the trophy home? The response of the Star Association staff member was very interesting. You can take it away in 6 months. The staff member then pointed at the 3 trophies and said, the 3 of them didn't take it away. Jiang Shao pursed his lips and said, they probably forgot about it. Why don't you give them all to me? I'll return the trophies to them for you. The staff member was speechless. At this point, the spectacular World Cup journey was considered to have come to an end. The students went back to their respective homes and mothers. However, all the students of Beijing Xingwu University were detained by the students of Beijing Xingwu University. Jiang Shao had a hunch that this summer vacation was completely ruined. As expected, Jiang Shao, Hou Mingming, Zhao Wenlong, and Song Chuanxi's team became Beijing Xingwu University's calling card. They were asked to cooperate with the filming of the promotional video, and they were even asked to go to Beijing Xingwu affiliated high school to give a speech. Jiang Shao was very helpless, and the high school students who were already on summer break were even more helpless. They were forcefully dragged back to listen to the speech and cooperate with the filming of the documentary. In comparison, the group of high school students from Beijing Xingwu affiliated high school might also be looking forward to it and feeling excited. After all, Jiang Shao and the rest had a halo because of their identities. The World Cup champion has just been announced. Brothers, hurry and go back to school to find out more. During this series of activities, Jiang Shao also realized his huge commercial value. After the siblings discussed it carefully with Fang Xingyun and Hai Tianqing, teacher Fang Xingyun stepped forward and sheltered them from the storm. He rejected all commercial collaborations and blocked out the chaos of the outside world. What a joke! Is Jiang Shao someone who lacks money? Yes, of course he lacks money. Who doesn't lack money in this world? If you have 1 yuan, you can think of 10 yuan. If you have 100 million yuan, you can think of 1 billion yuan. However, the problem was that Jiang Shao had 2 identities, and he didn't want to and shouldn't show his face in public. Beijing Xingwu Affiliated High School was far more extravagant than the National Star Association. It wasn't until a week later that the siblings were truly liberated. However, Beijing Xingwu Affiliated High School still refused to let the students of Beijing Xingwu Affiliated High School go home. The reason that they gave was irresistible. It was time to talk about the World Cup rewards. As students of Beijing Xingwu Affiliated High School, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they had made a great contribution to Beijing Xingwu Affiliated High School. Of course, the rewards had to be commensurate with their identities. Jiang Shao, Hou Mingming, Zhao Wenlong, and Song Chuanxi's team returned to Beijing Xingwu Affiliated High School and began to talk about the rewards. Among them, the ones who had the least right to speak seemed to be the veteran cadre. During the World Cup, Zhao Wenlong had a thrilling one-round trip. However, Zhao Wenlong had made it to the national team after all, which was considered an impressive achievement. During the 7 days of publicity, Zhao Wenlong definitely had a share in the rewards this time. When Jiang Shao saw Vice Principal Yang Chunsan again, the latter was already overjoyed. Jiang Shao and Han Jiangxue were both specially recruited by Yang Chunsan to enter Beijing Xingwu Affiliated High School. Such a wise decision had greatly increased the influence of Beijing Xingwu Affiliated High School and even China in the world. Yang Chunsan even thought that he could still go further. Yeah, although Jiang Shao was just a gift back then, Yang Chunsan originally hoped that Han Jiangxue would be specially recruited and then nurtured well. He wanted Han Jiangxue to lead the team and compete for a World Cup for Beijing Xingwu Affiliated High School and China when she was in her 3rd year of university. He didn't expect that the siblings couldn't wait for 2 years. After the 2 of them were specially recruited, they spent a year preparing for the World Cup. Han Jiangxue then cooperated with Song Chuanxi's team and came in 6th place in the team competition of the World Cup. And that gift scared the hell out of everyone. There were no ups and downs throughout the entire process of the little toxic healer. It was all uphill and they climbed all the way to the top. They were at the peak of their debut. They would probably have to stay at the peak until they graduated in their 4th year of university. The benefits of the siblings' performance were immeasurable for Beijing Xingwu Affiliated High School. With such a solid result, not to mention in the country, even in the world, the Imperial Capital Star Warrior Academy's rankings would probably be among the best. Of course, the leaders had to be far-sighted and they couldn't just enjoy the moment. Yang Chensan had every reason to believe that Beijing Xingwu affiliated high school would still be able to maintain an unimaginable influence and dominance when the siblings were in their third year of university. The so-called influence and dominance could be converted into very practical benefit. The wealthy Beijing Xingwu affiliated high school gave Jiang Shao a spicy strip, which was consistent with the monetary reward given by the National Star Association. However, Jiang Shao couldn't care less about that. In this world, things couldn't be bought with money. The tickets to the dimensional space in the Void Calamity Shadow were priceless. What kind of status did one have to be in order to be allowed to enter the national-level dimensional space? Money and pride were just worldly possessions. Star beads were the real deal. Where are my star beads? I'll put the Guardians of the Night aside for now. Can I get a few Void Calamity Shadow star beads? At this moment, Vice Principal Yang Chensan was seated behind his desk in his office. Looking at the group of young talents in front of him, he couldn't help but smile. Good, good, good. Jiang Shao also said softly, star beads, star beads, star beads. Yang Chensan's face stiffened and he looked at Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao continued softly, Void Calamity Shadow, Void Calamity Shadow, Void Calamity Shadow. Everyone was speechless. Chapter 6:17. The other students were all rewarded with star beads, but Jiang Shao and Han Jiangxue each had a usable star slot that could be used to absorb star techniques and star pet. Clearly, Capital Star Warriors was very sincere and well prepared. They were willing to give the two of them a chance to capture Star Pet. Of course, the dignified Capital Star Warrior University had prepared a pet capture opportunity for the two of them, and it was impossible for it to be a random creature. Vice Principal Yang Chensan even listed 3 types of star beasts, all of which the university thought were suitable for the siblings. Judging from the star beasts on the list, all of them were produced from extremely special dimensional spaces. The Capital Star Warrior must have paid a huge price to be able to contact a dimensional space of such a level and obtain such permission. At this moment, the two of them were the only ones left in the principal's office. While Jiang Shao was carefully observing the list of star beasts, Vice Principal Yang said, "We're willing to provide you with such an opportunity. Of course, if you insist on choosing the Void Calamity Shadow Star Bead, and are obsessed with the star technique Calamity Ruin that you haven't absorbed yet, we can discuss it." Jiang Shao frowned slightly and said, "Vice Principal Yang, do you think little Jiangxue needs a guiding light?" Yang Chensan looked at Jiang Shao and smiled amiably. Of course, he knew how tempting the star pets on the list were. However, Jiang Shao was concerned about Han Jiangxue, which was enough to explain a lot of things. Vice Principal Yang asked, "Did you see the Chongming bird?" Jiang Shao nodded. The first star pet recommended by the school was from the dimensional space of Daming Province. It was an extremely special level 5 below the stars. There was a series of dimensional spaces under the stars in Daming Province. Due to the fact that the environment of each dimensional space was similar, they were all named below the stars. However, due to the fact that the creatures contained in each dimensional space were different, level 1 to level 5 represented the degree of danger. Level 1 was the lowest, while level 5 was the most dangerous. Jiang Shao said, "Wu Yao has 2 star techniques. They should be from the Chongming bird, right?" Vice Principal Yang Chensan nodded and said, "That's a special benefit that she has as the daughter of a soldier. Others can't have it. If you're sure that you want a Chongming bird as a star pet, Capital Star Warriors University can try to work hard." Jiang Shao nodded and turned to hand the first piece of paper to Han Jiangxue. Han Jiangxue grabbed it and glanced at the paper, seemingly understanding the intentions of the Capital Star Warriors. "Star Beast, Bright Bird, Platinum, Chongming Feather. Shoot out the feathers on your body. The feathers have a certain amount of fire and light damage. Gold quality. Double vision. Strengthens vision, increases field of vision, adds night vision, immunity to strong light and blindness. When activated, 2 pupils would appear in the eyes and allow one to see illusions and unnatural darkness. They would also be able to see the remnants of star techniques and have a certain level of detection and tracking abilities. Gold quality 3. Dazzling light. Shoot out penetrating light from the eyes, illuminate and lock onto the target, inflict continuous dazzling burns on the target, and disrupt the target's star power. If the target was invisible, the damage of the star technique would be greatly increased. If the target was a shadow or an illusion, the star technique would be able to shatter the illusion. Gold quality 4. Cries of light. Emits an ear-piercing sound that causes a sound wave attack to a single target or an area, along with some mental damage. Gold quality. Vice Principal Yang Chinsan continued, it has some characteristics that are not shown on the list of star techniques. Han Jiangxue looked up at Yang Chinsan. The vice principal continued, it can fly and it's very fast. Whether it's a scout or a main attacker, it's a very good choice. When necessary, it can bring you in or out of the battlefield. This creature isn't small, and it won't be a problem to carry 5 or 6 people. Han Jiangxue pursed her lips and thought about it from another perspective. What the school provided was exactly what the siblings lacked. Without a doubt, the 2 of them were indeed lacking in perception, dispelling illusions, night vision, and detection and tracking. As a normal star warrior, of course, it was impossible for one to have 4 star techniques in 1 star. However, if one used their star slots to tame a pet, it would definitely have 4 star technique. Jiang Shao did not report the tier of realm star technique, so in the eyes of others, he was no different from a blind person. Han Jiangxue was also a violent output type. Not to mention perception, she didn't even have the ability to move. Hence, it was indeed a good choice to have such a star pet as support. Don't worry, you guys have plenty of time. Yang Chensan continued to speak. The siblings were different from the other students who were participating in the World Cup. The 2 of them were going to continue their school days in the Capital Star Warrior Academy for another 3 years and experience another World Cup. Hence, Yang Chensan took special care of them. Jiang Shao handed the second piece of paper to Han Jiangxue. If the star pet on the first piece of paper was prepared for the 2 of them, the star pet on the second piece of paper was prepared solely for Jiang Shao. This was a pure output-type creature. It was produced from an equally precious and rare high-grade dimensional space, Infernal Inquisition. When Jiang Shao saw its star technique, he couldn't help but think of second last. Troll Flame King, Platinum Rank 1. Lava Body. Condenses star power and transforms the body. Causes the body to appear in the form of lava and inflicts powerful burning damage. During the duration of this form, the user's defense will also be greatly increased. Gold quality 2. Lava. Condenses star power and summons hot lava to attack the enemy. Lava has powerful burning damage. Gold quality 3. Lava Dance. Consume a large amount of star power to create a whirlpool of flames and lava that can burn everything in the world. Gold quality 4. Lava Explosion. Condense astral power while maintaining the lava body. With the user's body as a medium, a powerful explosion will be launched. Gold quality. The 4 star techniques made Jiang Shao grimace helplessly. Each star technique seemed to indicate the attitude of the capital star warriors towards Jiang Shao. Lava Body, your damage output is not enough. 2. Lava. It's really not enough. 3. Lava Dance. Let me charge at the front for you. 4. Lava Explosion. Do you understand? Your bell and I are a perfect match. Of course, Jiang Shao wouldn't want such a creature that was purely an output type. Without a doubt, Jiang Shao was indeed very suitable for such explosive star pet. Although Lava Burst was only of gold quality, the power of any star technique that was tainted with explosion could not be measured purely by quality. One had to look at the actual effects. Although Jiang Shao wasn't knowledgeable, among the creatures of the Tier Rain, the Tier Ghost had both perception-type star techniques and self-destruction-type star technique. Hence, it was an ideal creature. However, it was a pity that the Tier Ghost had a very serious weakness, and that was its body was too fragile. No matter how effective Jiang Zhao's healing star techniques were, he would definitely not be able to pull the Tier Ghost back when it self-destructed. It would be a complete joke to absorb such a creature as a star pet. As a medical awakened support member, it was reasonable for the school to provide Jiang Shao with a vanguard to protect him. The 4 star techniques of the Troll Flame King could be considered a variety of output star techniques. Single target, sputtering, continuous, mass, self-destruction. Vice Principal Yang Chen-san continued, it also has many characteristics. Compared to the other creatures in the Infernal Inquisitor, its defense is the highest. Don't be fooled by its output star technique. It will become your strongest shield. Jiang Shao scratched his head. To be honest, he felt that he could find a better star pet. The Troll Flame King was indeed a good platinum quality weapon, but second last was 10,000 times better than the Troll Flame King. Jiang Shao continued to look down at the list of star beasts. The 3rd star beast made Jiang Zhao's eyes light up. Putting everything else aside, the picture alone was enough to make Jiang Shao love it. Isn't this a freaking panda? Are there creatures of other dimensions that look so similar to the ones on Earth? Did I get the wrong picture? This is a panda, right? It's holding a bamboo stick in its furry paw. There's also a bamboo forest behind it. Are there bamboo forests in the alternate world too? It's clearly an era of color, yet it's living in black and white. It has a furry body, a round head, and a round body. It's adorable and adorable. Bamboo Bear, Platinum Rank 1. Negative state, lazy, gluttonous. Passive star technique, does not need to be activated. Silver quality 2. Round bamboo, condenses star power and summons a large illusory bamboo stick that smashes enemies within a certain range. Comes with a strong striking effect. Gold quality 3. Bear fat. The star power in the body will seep into the thick fat, giving one a strong physical defense and a certain rebound effect. Passive star technique, does not need to be activated. Gold quality 4. Ancestor's body. Consumes a large amount of star power to summon the ancestor's body and enlarge the body for 5 to 5 meters. At the expense of speed, flexibility, and other attributes, the other physical attributes will be enhanced and the second form will be activated. Ancestor form. Gold quality 5. Bear Clan's faith. In the state of the ancestor's body, consumes star power and summons 3 to 5 star power bamboo bears in normal form. The star power bamboo bears do not have negative state or ancestor form. Gold quality 6. Iron-eating myth. In the state of the ancestor's body, roars and causes the enemy to tremble in fear. Range technique, roar technique. TSK, Tisk. Jiang Shao was amazed. It was the first time he saw a guy with 6 star techniques in 1 star. There's even a weak star technique mixed in? Since when can gluttony and laziness be considered a star technique? How are the star warriors evaluated? Jiang Shao had a strange expression on his face and thought, there must be a star warrior who absorbed such a star bead and realized that he had become extremely lazy and loved to eat. Jiang Shao couldn't help but make a sorrowful expression. How miserable must that star warrior be? He should always have a companion with the star technique battle roar, right? Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 6:18. Apart from this weak star technique, the other star techniques of the bamboo bear were really good. Strong strike, range strike, meat shield, flesh mountain shield, the second form of the ancestor star technique, summoning star technique and battle roar star technique. Jiang Shao could foresee how terrifying the destructive power of the ancestor star technique of the bamboo bear would be. There was a clear comparison in Jiang Zhao's mind. The body of star power of the ape ghouls was a good example. However, the ape ghouls would not sacrifice their speed when they summoned the body of star power. Besides, there was a fundamental difference between the body of star power and the ancestor body. The massive body of the ape ghouls was made up of star power, but the huge body of the bamboo bear was made up of flesh and blood. Besides, the ancestor body of the bamboo bear had a crucial function, which was the prerequisite for activating the other two star technique. Both of them were gold-quality star technique. Jiang Shao decided to judge for himself which one was better. Principal Yang said, "This is a dimensional space that has bloomed in Sichuan province in recent years. At the end of last year, the country has completely evaluated the characteristics and star techniques of the creatures in it. These star beasts are very good, but their weaknesses are also quite obvious. Many star warriors have paid a huge price for them. From a combat point of view, it's a very good output and shield, but in terms of daily life and training," Principal Yang continued, "the country has already prohibited star warriors from absorbing such star beads and has also strictly guarded such dimensional spaces. Laziness is a fatal weakness for star warriors. Star warriors are not like these creatures of other dimensions who eat and sleep on a daily basis and can rely on their race points to fight in battles. Diligence and hard work are essential qualities for every star warrior." Jiang Shao suddenly said, "But it can be used as a star pet." Yang Chen-san nodded and said, "Absolutely. The only thing you have to pay attention to is that you have to awaken it before the battle." Jiang Shao asked in bewilderment, "Is it very difficult?" Yang Chen-san explained, "Awakening doesn't mean waking it up from its sleep, but rather stimulating its desire to fight. The characteristics of such creatures determine that they can't have the desire to fight, so some artificial assistance is needed." Han Jiangshu asked curiously, "What kind of artificial assistance? An auxiliary star technique like uplifting?" Yang Chen-san nodded and said, "Star techniques like uplifting and increasing the desire to fight may be offset by its first star technique and biological characteristic. The simplest and most effective way is to provoke it, which can be done with just a few punches and kick." Jiang Zhao's lips twitched awkwardly. Yang Chen-san continued, "Of course, if you anger it, you might be in danger. If you don't disturb it when it's eating and sleeping, it will be the most obedient pet, but if you anger it," Han Jiangshu asked, "Huh?" Yang Chen-san smiled and said, "Many star warriors have been injured by such pets." Han Jiangshu turned to look at Jiang Shao and said, "Forget it." However, Jiang Shao showed great interest and said, "Let me think about it." Jiang Zhao's bell was a soothing skill that could make all living creatures calm down instantly. Jiang Shao even thought that he could skip the part of angering the bamboo bear and just throw platinum bell at it. How would the calm Zhuxiong react? No matter how lazy it was, when it saw its master being beaten, it would still step forward bravely, right? It seemed like the most important thing was to maintain a good relationship with this panda. Principal Yang said, "You guys don't have to rush to make a decision. If you plan to use the Troll Flame King from the Inferno Tribunal as a star pet, the school can make arrangements quickly. The Inferno Tribunal is a dimensional space within the range of our capital. However, if it's the other two creatures, the school will still need some time to operate even if you guys make a decision now. Of course, if Xiaopi insists on getting the Void Calamity Star Bead, you'd better tell me in advance. However, you know how precious spatial star beads are, so I can't give you a definite answer for the time being." In fact, the school originally planned to give Han Jiangxue a displacement star technique, but the outcome of the negotiation wasn't ideal. If Han Jiangxue doesn't want a star pet, you can take a look at these star beads. After Principal Yang gave a long speech, he handed another piece of paper to Han Jiangxue. Jiang Shao leaned over curiously. The star beads were rather good, and the star techniques contained in them were basically a mix of gold and platinum. There were also star techniques that could purify the rules awakened and large-scale continuous output. Seeing that Han Jiangxue was frowning and deep in thought, Yang Chunsan said, "You can take a photo of this information and bring it back for research, but you're not allowed to spread it." How about this? Let me know your decision before the start of year 2 at the latest. The earlier you do it, the more time the school will have to prepare. Okay, Han Jiangxue said as she took out her mobile phone and took photos of them. Vice Principal Yang smiled and said, "You guys should be very tired. You've been cooperating with the Star Association and the school nonstop during the national selection, the World Cup, and even after returning to China. You can go back now and enjoy your holiday." Wow! Jiang Shao almost jumped up in joy. He found the old man to be more and more pleasing to the eye. To his surprise, Vice Principal Yang suddenly said, "After the start of Year 2, there will be a make-up session for your Year 1 final exam. Remember to revise your lessons when you go back." Jiang Shao grinned and thought, "I'm already a freaking world champion, yet you still want me to study history, politics, and logic? You're really a good principal. Capital Star Warriors is really a paradise for educating people. I praise you." Jiang Shao gave Yang Chunsan a thumbs up and turned around to leave, for fear that he would reveal his true feelings if he stayed any longer. After taking the photos, Han Jiangxue said goodbye to the principal politely and walked out. When she saw Jiang Shao waiting at the door, she couldn't help but glare at him. She reached out to grab Jiang Zhao's arm, and the two of them walked forward. She asked, "Are you going home? The Wasteland Reclaimers have informed us that they won't disturb us during this summer break." Jiang Shao pursed his lips and said in displeasure, "What summer break? It's almost August. There aren't many days left for us to fool around." Han Jiangxue said softly, "Let's go home." "Okay." Jiang Shao thought about it and nodded. He thought, maybe she's homesick. Although a month of fooling around in the capital would pass quickly, she has a true sense of belonging there. Jiang Shao said softly, "Then we have to be fully armed and go back quietly. If the media finds out, our high school alma mater will know that we've gone back. They might come up with something again." Han Jiangxue glared at Jiang Shao smilingly and said, "Let's go back to Mid-Mountain Maple Forest and look for Xia Yan. See if she wants to go back." Jiang Shao said, "She's been waiting for us here for 10 days. If you go back, she'll definitely have to go back too." At this point, Jiang Shao suddenly thought of something. "If we go home, should we go to the snowfield for a walk?" The decoy now was different from before. At the very least, it wouldn't be a problem for it to fight a gold-quality creature of other dimensions alone. That would greatly increase the chances of survival of the decoy. Besides, Jiang Shao opened his internal star map and let Han Jiangxue lead him forward. He looked at the 5,098 skill points in the internal star map, and then at the platinum quality level 4, 50/1000 of the decoy. Immediately, Jiang Shao couldn't help but have an impulse. Can I go and verify my conjecture? Can the diamond quality decoy really activate the star map? If it can, what kind of characteristics will it have? Investing was, of course, for the sake of greater returns, but it was also a huge risk. After all, the characteristics of the diamond decoy were all Jiang Zhao's conjectures so far. No matter how reasonable his conjectures were, Jiang Zhao's star techniques did not count. At the thought of this, Jiang Shao whipped out his mobile phone and sent a message. The two of them returned to the apartment that Xia Yan rented in the Maple Forest estate. Although Fang Xingyun also lived in the estate, she and Hai Tianqing were getting along very well. After hearing that Fang Xingyun was going to take Hai Tianqing to meet her parents, Jiang Shao and the rest decided not to disturb the elderly couple. Ring 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 ring. As soon as he entered the house, Jiang Shao heard the faint ringing of a bell. It wasn't ear-piercing and even sounded rather comfortable. Xia Yan was dragging Han Jiangxue into the house and chatting excitedly about something. Jiang Shao saw two pink little guys with bells dangling above and below their ball-shaped bodies as they chased each other and played around. A bell was flying happily when Jiang Shao jumped up and grabbed the bell below and pulled it down. Yaya Bell's little eyes were black, blinking. She opened her little mouth and squeaked, trying to escape from the devil's claws. However, the little bell below her was caught, so she couldn't fly up no matter how hard she tried. "It's great to be home. It's huge and comfortable," Xia Yan said happily. Jiang Shao couldn't help but turn around upon hearing her words, his heart filled with disdain. The apartment that Xia Yan rented was more than 120 square meters and had 3 bedrooms. She could have anything she wanted. Why don't you go to heaven? With that thought in mind, Jiang Shao let go of the bell in his hand and let it fly into the sky. The other bell hurriedly floated over and bumped into its companion with its ball-like body. It then quickly left while squeaking, seemingly trying to comfort its companion. Jiang Shao looked at the two little guys and asked, "What about these two? Do you need me to throw them into the Calamity Ruins?" Xia Yan thought about it and said, "There's no need for that, right? When I came back, I hung them on my bag as pendant." Buzz buzz. Jiang Shao hurriedly whipped out his mobile phone and saw second last's message. One word, home. So, it's time for me to die in the snowfield again? However, Jiang Shao no longer needed second last to protect him. Now that he had the military officer's certificate and the strength and star power of the galaxy stage, he could do everything by himself. Perhaps he wouldn't even need to die anymore. But then again, hasn't second last already been promoted to the captain? Does she come back whenever she wants? Is she that free? Oh right. Jiang Shao suddenly thought of something and frantically typed a message. "The Guardians of the Night have won the World Championship. Leader, do you intend to give me some rewards? I especially like the Calamity Ruins star bead. It's really beautiful." Begging, what a wonderful word. If nothing went wrong, it would accompany Jiang Shao for life. A few seconds later, there was a buzz. Jiang Shao hurriedly clicked on second last's message, only to see that there was only one word. Heh. She only replied with one word, and you even added a full stop? Jiang Shao smacked his lips and continued to type. Really, that star bead is as charming as your eyes. I can't help but indulge in it and be unable to extricate myself. 1 second, 10 seconds, 30 seconds. Buzz. Jiang Shao clicked on the message again, but his palm trembled. A line of words appeared on the screen. Don't go home. Come back to the team now and come to the northwest. Jiang Zhao's fingers trembled as he sent a text message. Although his hands were trembling, his attitude was extremely firm and unyielding. Wrong. Got it. Those 3 exclamation marks were perfect. Jiang Shao waited for a long time, but second last didn't respond. Jiang Shao couldn't help but sneer and put his mobile phone in his pocket while muttering, "Pfft, settle it. Bookmark for easier reading." Chapter 619. The next day, the 3 of them took a plane back to Jiangbin City. The first stop was Xia Yan's house, where Jiang Shao saw his nanny, Auntie Zhou. Now that he thought about it, Auntie Zhou was a witness when he first started the path of the awakened. When they met again, Auntie Zhou was exceptionally enthusiastic, and she kept muttering about how promising the 2 of them were. She then cooked a feast for the 3 of them. The siblings had a hearty meal, and in the evening, they returned to their own home. After half a year, the place was already covered in dust when they returned home. In order to sleep as soon as possible, Jiang Shao had no choice but to kill the partner of the master of sparring in the Shadow Ruins. After all, they were going to enter the snowfield soon. The bait would appear sooner or later, and the partner would have to be killed too. The 3 of them, too? They cleaned up the house from 7 to 11 o'clock. However, to Han Jiangxue it was still not good enough. She had to continue cleaning the house the next day. During the cleaning process, Han Jiangxue really couldn't get used to the scene of the two Xiaopi together. One was holding a mop while the other was carrying a bucket. One was wiping the windows while the other handed a rag. In particular, the scene of the two of them twisting the bedsheets together and making the bed was rather strange. The two of them were the same person in the first place, so there was no communication at all. It was like a tacit understanding between a husband and wife. No, even a husband and wife wouldn't have such a tacit understanding. When they finally laid out the items, Jiang Shao, who was on the left, asked where to put them, while Jiang Shao, who was on the right, asked if they should throw them away. Han Jiangxue held her forehead with one hand and rubbed her temples with her thumb and ring finger. She really couldn't tell who was who. Fortunately, Jiang Shao and Jiang Shao, the bait, were dressed differently. That was the only way for Han Jiangxue to make a judgment. After the cleaning, Han Jiangxue stood at the door of the training room, which used to be her parents' master bedroom, and watched the two Jiang Shao sleeping on the floor. She couldn't help but ask, "Are you guys going to sleep here?" Jiang Shao said casually, "Bait will be back in the Shadow Ruins in a while." Han Jiangxue clearly didn't get it. She asked, "Isn't it good to let him sleep here? It's very dark there." Jiang Shao smiled and explained again, "Both of them are mine. You don't have to feel that it's unfair. This is a decision that I made for myself. I've already cleaned up my room for second last during the winter break. You've also seen the huge bed that I bought previously. I'd better not sleep in her bed." Han Jiangxue remained silent for a while before nodding thoughtfully. "Oh." Jiang Shao sighed and said, "I'm tired, really tired. I can take a break." "It's not like this even if there are two of me at home. I'll bring a mattress in later and sleep until the sky turns dark." The rest was mainly for the sake of preparing for the snowfield in a few days. Jiang Shao felt that he deserved such a rest. Han Jiangxue whispered, "I left the jingle bell with Xia Yin. I'll bring it back tomorrow to keep you company." Finally, Han Jiangxue changed her mind. Jiang Shao smiled and said, "They can't possibly like that kind of environment. No matter how beautiful the starry sky is, they'll get sick of it after watching it for too long. They like the sunlight." Han Jiangxue said softly, "Their feelings are not within the scope of my consideration. I don't care." Jiang Shao scratched his head. She was indeed too nice to him. Sometimes, Jiang Shao would even have the illusion that Han Jiangxue was a gentle and warm person. In fact, everyone who interacted with Han Jiangxue knew that she was rather cold and hard to get along with. Jiang Shao changed the topic and said, "Let's count the star beads later. The star beads are sorted and stored in boxes. I've gained quite a lot in the past half semester." Han Jiangxue smirked and said, "Let's count the star beads before we sleep then." Jiang Shao raised his eyebrows and thought, "Isn't that a little romantic?" Jiang Zhao's so-called gains were actually the most impressive star beads awarded to the World Cup champions in terms of quality. In terms of quantity, Jiang Shao had a lot of star beads from the Grimace Monk. Although he didn't obtain many star beads during the preliminaries for the sake of improving his results, Jiang Shao had killed plenty of Grimace Monks when he was adapting to the competition venue in Shudu City. Jiang Shao went to the living room and found a suitable place. He then opened the 3x3 space door in the Shadow of Calamity Ruins. That was also the reason why Jiang Shao only dared to come out and clean up after killing the golden couple. It was the same for the previous World Cup. After the explosion of George Star, the threat of death affected Jiang Shao, who was the bait in the Shadow of Calamity Ruins. After the bait was dismembered by the Master of Sparring, Jiang Shao hurriedly opened the space door again. After entering, he discovered that the Grimace Monks were eating the corpses, which made him heave a sigh of relief. There was a reason for all of this, because Jiang Zhao's star beads were all in the Shadow of Calamity Ruins. Although the important ones were with Han Jiangxue, the dozens of Grimace Monks' star beads that he had just obtained were all with him. It would be fine if the bait was around, But what if the star beads were absorbed by the master of sparring without the bait? The siblings counted. 5 fallen shadow witch star beads, 1 white mountain fog star bead, 11 ancient archer star beads, 1 demonic fire master star bead, 6 white mountain snow feather star beads, 8 void disaster star beads, 3 dark sky star beads, and 7 golden couple star beads, 6 clothing couple star beads, 18 silver couple star beads, and 17 grass couple star beads. Jiang Shao told Han Jiangxue about his plans. He wanted to work hard to upgrade the bait to diamond quality and see how effective it would be. The original price of the white ghoul witch star beads was around 200,000. After Jiang Zhao's efforts, he managed to double the price of the white ghoul witch star beads. Until today, countless poor families still curse Jiang Shao. It was because they couldn't afford to buy star beads anymore. In fact, many people had mentioned that problem on Weibo, but after Jiang Shao participated in the World Cup, everyone's attention shifted. Besides, even if they could afford to buy the white ghoul witch star beads, they might not be able to. Jiang Zhao's savings were not enough for him to splurge at all. He needed a large number of white ghoul witch star beads, and it was unrealistic to buy them with money. He had no choice but to continue to team up with Second Last to grind in the snowfield holy ground. Han Jiangxue simply felt sorry for Jiang Shao. He was so tired, yet he made up his mind to train. It was no wonder that he grew so quickly. This time, Han Jiangxue requested to go to the snowfield holy ground with Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao didn't agree at first because he hoped that little Jiangxue could rest for a while longer. However, Han Jiangxue was very firm about it. Jiang Shao thought about it and reckoned that Han Jiangxue's presence would greatly increase Jiang Zhao's efficiency in farming starbead. I'll discuss it with Second Last. On the 5th of August, Second Last finally arrived. That morning, Han Jiangxue was asked out by Xia Yan to go shopping. Jiang Shao was afraid that he would attract too much attention, so he didn't help them attract attention. He wondered if they would be able to shop like ordinary people and if they would be surrounded by people asking for their autograph. Jiang Shao was playing Minecraft on the crappy computer and fighting a battle of wits with a wooden pickaxe when he heard the sound of the door opening. Jiang Shao froze for a moment and thought, what happened? Didn't little Jiangxue just leave for half an hour? Jiang Shao hurriedly scurried out, only to see that the screen on the computer had turned red. The person who entered the room made Jiang Shao feel rather bewildered. Staring at the large figure, Jiang Shao asked in bewilderment, "Where did you get the key?" Second Last threw the string of keys on the tray at the door and looked at Jiang Shao quietly without saying anything. "Hello?" Jiang Shao asked while waving at Second Last, who was right in front of him. Second Last gestured at Jiang Shao with her finger. Jiang Shao walked forward in bewilderment, but Second Last pressed her hand on his head and rubbed it forcefully. She then said in a hoarse voice, "You've done well." Jiang Shao hurriedly took a few steps back and looked at Second Last in displeasure. "Why are you rubbing me? I thought you were going to kiss me, hug me, and raise me up high." "What a waste of affection." Second Last looked at Jiang Zhao's aggrieved expression, which eased up a little. She put on her slippers and strode into the house. She then headed straight to Jiang Zhao's single bedroom. As soon as she opened the door, Second Last was stunned to see that there were only bookshelves left in the room. There were books, trophies, and photos that Jiang Shao had won in high school. There was also a wooden wardrobe that seemed to be rather valuable. What was even more valuable was the huge double bed that was leaning against the windowsill on the north side. Visually speaking, it took up almost 2/3 of the room. The sky blue bedsheets and quilt looked rather comfortable. On the other hand, Second Last had already recalled the scene of her snuggling up on Jiang Zhao's single bed every day. Second Last strode in and placed her handbag on the bedside table. She then sat on the large bed and tried to sit up and down. She then said in a hoarse voice, "You bought it." Jiang Shao humphed and leaned against the door frame. You're a bully and I didn't dare to resist. Hence, I had no choice but to swallow my anger. Second Last finally smiled and said, You've fulfilled your promise to them. Now, you have a story that you can tell us about. Jiang Shao walked in and sat down on the bed. He said, It's time for the next story. I hope my life is a collection of stories. Second Last said, You want to enter the snowfield again to increase the level of blessing and decoy. Jiang Shao clicked his tongue and asked in bewilderment, How did you know? Why not Bell and Imprint? Nostalgia and Dawn? Those star beads are in Beijiang province too. Second Last shook her head and said, I remember how eager you were when you went to the snowfield previously. Your goal is to upgrade the decoy and explore the upper latitude. Wow. Do you know me that well? Second Last said, That's why I'm back. Jiang Shao thought about it and said, I want to farm star beads and upgrade the quality of my star technique. Training is my secondary task. I'm going to bring Han Jiangxue along. Second Last said, Sure. Second Last then reached for the black handbag and picked up a star bead from it. She then handed it to Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao grabbed it and a piece of information popped up in his head. Void Calamity Star Bead. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Second Last might not be talkative, but she was serious about getting things done. The star bead was a crucial one. Jiang Shao couldn't help but exclaim excitedly, Thank you. That's great. Second Last reached out and rubbed Jiang Zhao's head gently. Her cold eyes were filled with admiration and admiration. You deserve this. Jiang Shao nodded repeatedly and couldn't be bothered anymore. What kind of magical effects would the diamond-level spacetime gap and calamity ruin have? Finally! I'm going to get a diamond. Jiang Shao stood up and walked out. Your toiletries have all been prepared in the bathroom. The clothes in the closet were bought by Han Jiangxue for you. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Shao stood at the door of the room and turned to look at Second Last. Take a shower first. I'll go study the star beads. I'll tell you the story of how I poached her for you later. Second Last said, Poached her. Jiang Zhao's voice gradually faded away. That girl originally wanted to join the Mountain Crusher Army or the Wasteland Reclaimers, but she was tempted by me to join the Guardians of the Night. That girl is arrogant and looks down on everyone. I'm thinking of throwing her in your hands to hone her skills. She's a good material, and the degree of arrogance in her personality is directly proportional to her output. Second Last nodded casually and got up to open the door of the wardrobe with a peculiar expression on her face. She wasn't very sure if Han Jiangxue or Jiang Shao had bought the pair of hot pants. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 620. It's the last few days. I'll vote for the toxic healer. Void Calamity Star Bead. Absorb, absorb, and absorb again. The Calamity Ruin Star Bead shattered in Jiang Zhao's hands. Star beads were almost impossible to destroy, and countless people had proven that. However, when one absorbed it, it would appear in the form of fragments, so it looked as if it had been crushed by someone. When the 9 Void Calamity Ruin Star Beads disappeared in Jiang Zhao's hands one by one, he felt a large amount of star power lingering around his body. There were already 2 pieces of information in Jiang Zhao's internal star map. Spacetime Rift, Diamond Quality Level 0. Calamity Ruin, Diamond Quality Level 0. Jiang Shao was no longer the poor kid he used to be. Although he was still poor, he no longer had to wait for training to absorb star beads. He no longer needed to replenish his star power and improve the quality of his star technique. He could now waste some star power for the sake of improving the quality of his star technique. So, what were the changes between the Diamond Quality Spacetime Rift and the Calamity Ruin? 1. Spacetime Rift. Cleverly uses spacetime to make you a true fanatic. Consumes a large amount of star power to teleport. 2. Calamity Ruin. Summons a space ruin that is the same as the Calamity Ruin. Jiang Shao thought about it carefully. The introduction of the Calamity Ruin did not change much, but the spacetime rift. The last sentence of the platinum quality spacetime rift was short-distance teleportation. Clearly, the short distance was gone. Wow. Jiang Zhao's eyes lit up. Although the description of the star technique was rather vague, there was no doubt that the current spacetime rift could allow Jiang Zhao to teleport further. Jiang Zhao suddenly had a bold idea. Jiang Zhao closed his eyes and recalled the bathroom of the hotel he used to stay in Japan's Edo City. All of a sudden, his figure flashed. Jiang Zhao hurriedly opened his eyes. The windows were wide open, and a breeze was blowing through the curtains. Jiang Zhao was still sitting in his living room without moving at all. Jiang Zhao scratched his head and thought, okay, I've really thought too much. Am I really going to teleport on the spot? What happened to the short-distance teleportation? I can't teleport from China to Japan? Wasn't he too weak? The more serious problem was that not only did Jiang Zhao not teleport away, but his star power had also decreased by 2 levels. The star technique didn't succeed and it even reduced my star power storage by so much? That reminded Jiang Zhao that he had to pay attention to that small detail. If the total amount of star power that Jiang Zhao had during the galaxy stage was divided into 10 portions, Jiang Zhao would have consumed 2 portions of star power just now. If Jiang Zhao had upgraded the spacetime rift to diamond quality when he was in the nebula stage, he wouldn't have been able to flash at all. The spatial star technique really consumed star power. Jiang Zhao took a deep breath and tried to get closer to his destination. How about the capital Star Warrior? In Xia Yan's room in Maple Grove Estate, there shouldn't be anyone there. Just do it. Jiang Zhao closed his eyes again and recalled Xia Yan's home in the capital, the living room, and then Jiang Zhao's figure flashed and he opened his eyes again. The breeze was still blowing against the curtains. It was a hot summer day and Jiang Zhao's heart was indeed cold from the breeze. So infuriating. Jiang Zhao stood up and closed the big window in the living room before returning to the sofa and sitting down. I'm going to be in the same city, right? Jiang Zhao grinned and thought, where should I go? I should find a familiar place that's safer. I'll go to Xia Yan's villa. Why does this damned rich second-generation heir have homes everywhere? Jiang Zhao closed his eyes and thought about Xia Yan's villa in Jiangbin City. He had just eaten there yesterday and was very familiar with the environment there. Whoosh! Jiang Zhao suddenly heard someone humming softly from afar. There are many stories in the small city. It's full of joy and joy. If you come to the small city, Jiang Zhao was slightly stunned. Is that Auntie Zhou's voice? Jiang Zhao looked at the dining room and saw that there was no one around. He placed one hand on the door frame of the dining room and quietly tilted his head to look outside, only to see that Auntie Zhou was sweeping the floor while humming. She seemed to be in a particularly good mood. Wow. Success. At least I can teleport in the same city. Jianbin City was a second-tier city, after all, and Jiang Zhao's home was in Dongqing District, which was rather far from Xia Yan's home. Jiang Zhao waved his hand at Aunt Zhou's back and bade her farewell. His body flashed again. Auntie Zhou didn't even notice that he had disappeared and was still cleaning the living room. Jiang Zhao returned to his home and sat on the sofa in the living room again. A bewildered voice asked. Jiang Zhao turned around, only to see that second last was standing in front of the big window in the living room. She was still in the position of opening the window and staring at him with her long and narrow eyes. Second last asked, "Where did you go?" Jiang Zhao's response was, "Whoa." Jiang Zhao dragged his voice and sized second last up. She had just taken a shower and her cheeks were flushed. Her long black hair was draped behind her and she was wearing a white blouse. Due to the size of the clothes that Jiang Zhao had chosen, the blouse was a little loose, but it made her seem even more languid and alluring. It couldn't be helped because it wasn't easy to find a blouse of that size. Hence, he had no choice but to order one online. Clearly, there was a problem with the size of the blouse. The baggy shirt slightly covered her hot pants, and when he looked down, he saw her long and slender legs. It was no wonder that Jiang Shao was moaning and moaning non-stop. Second last was tall and had a well-proportioned figure. Her beautiful legs. Second last tightened her grip on the window handle and frowned. Her long and narrow eyes were rather menacing. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Jiang Shao also clearly felt that something was amiss. His voice became softer and softer, and he continued to moan a few more times. He then muttered softly, "The Hua family fist's moves are flexible." Second last raised her eyebrows slightly and crossed her arms before raising her chin at Jiang Shao, gesturing for him to continue. A peculiar smile appeared on second last's face as she strode forward and sat on the sofa. She then said in a hoarse voice, "Interesting lyrics." Jiang Shao immediately nodded and said, "You're a genius. You saved people from danger." Second last leaned back and placed her feet on the coffee table. "Where did you go just now?" Jiang Shao turned his head away and thought to himself, "I was wrong. I should have bought you a few hundred sets of training clothes and wrapped your legs tightly." "I'm asking you a question," second last said as she tilted her head lazily and looked at Jiang Shao. "The quality of the space-time rift has finally increased. I tried to go to Neon and the capital just now, but I didn't succeed. However, I succeeded in going to Xia Yan's home. That's across several cities." Jiang Shao regained his senses and said, "I can teleport further than before. I tried to go to Japan and the capital just now, but I didn't succeed." Second last's eyes glistened and she said softly, "Okay." Jiang Shao continued, "I still want to experiment, but I need your cooperation." Second last said, "Okay." Jiang Shao first extended his hand and connected a ray of countercurrent light to second last's body, after which the remaining star power in his body was instantly replenished. Wonderful! Jiang Shao then froze in shock. Second last's eyes froze, and she seemed to have sensed something. Of course, she knew that her star power was being sucked away by Jiang Shao, but Jiang Shao seemed to have changed. In fact, that was indeed the case. Under the instantaneous infusion of a large amount of star power, Jiang Shao received a message in his internal star map. Star power upgrade. Galaxy stage level 2. Jiang Shao was astonished and thought to himself, "I can't even get 9 platinum star beads done, yet second last managed to increase my star power by a small level?" Jiang Shao advanced to the Galaxy stage during the qualifiers for the national team. He then followed second last to Konkjind and experienced the World Cup for more than 40 days. In terms of physical training, it was, of course, sufficient. Jiang Shao couldn't help but clench his fists, for it proved that his body could completely keep up with the pace of the Galaxy stage. Although it was only a small level, it was a very good sign. Second last sensed Jiang Zhao's peculiarity, but apart from Jiang Shao, the other star warriors were only divided into 4 levels, namely, the early, middle, late, and peak. There were only 4 thresholds, and they weren't as detailed as Jiang Zhao's internal star map. Second last didn't have any thoughts about level 1 or level 2 in her mind. She simply thought that Jiang Zhao's star power had improved, and although there was no surge of star power, Jiang Zhao's growth was real. Jiang Shao took a deep breath to calm himself down. He then stretched his hand out and placed it on second last's shoulder before grabbing it forcefully. Second last looked at Jiang Shao curiously, and at the next moment, the two of them flashed and appeared next to the clothes rack at the door of the house. This time, the teleportation had nothing to do with distance, but it showed a qualitative leap in the space-time gap. The diamond quality space-time gap could actually bring people along. Second last's reaction was extremely fast, and she immediately stood up from her lying position before landing on the ground steadily. Her eyes were glistening with a scorching light as she looked down at Jiang Shao and said, "Such a star technique is of great strategic significance. You used to be unable to teleport while bringing people along, right?" Jiang Shao nodded repeatedly, overjoyed. Second last seemed to be a person who was always moving forward. She only gave Jiang Shao some time to rejoice. After more than 10 seconds, she said, "Has the quality of your Shadow of Calamity ruins improved too?" Jiang Shao snapped back to his senses, and was still calculating the star power that he had just consumed. After the total amount of star power increased by a small level, the total amount of star power that he originally needed to consume was now 1.5 portions. Not bad, not bad. Not bad at all. Second last said, "The ruins of the shadow of disaster." Jiang Shao grinned and said, Okay, what are you rushing me for? Do you think you're the landlord?" Second last was speechless. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 621. I hope everyone has a good time reading the 4,600 words chapter. It's the end of the month. Vote for the toxic healer. Jiang Shao walked to the middle of the living room and sat down. He then opened a space door that was parallel to the ceiling. It was originally 3 by 3, but now it's 5 by 5. Before Jiang Shao, who was sitting on the ground, could say anything, the decoy in the Scourge ruins, Jiang Shao, had already sensed the huge changes in the space. The room that was originally 100 square meters in size had now changed slightly. The grayish-white stone floor and the grayish-white stone pillars that had long disappeared had been restored to their original state? What does that mean? Space reset? Jiang Shao broke out in a cold sweat. It didn't matter if the scene was reset, but the people in the scene couldn't reset it. Second last crouched down and carefully walked towards Jiang Shao before leaping into the space. Jiang Shao also stood up and leaped, after which the space door immediately closed. Second last raised her eyebrows slightly and looked at the decoy, Jiang Shao, who was lying on the small single bed, rubbing his head and looking drowsy. "So you moved the bed here?" Jiang Shao said, "It's okay, there's no apocalyptic dragon here. The bed won't explode if I sleep here." Second last was slightly stunned and asked, "What?" The two Jiang Shao scratched their heads in unison. "I've been playing too much in Minecraft, sorry." Second last said, "Computer games." Jiang Shao said, "Okay." To his surprise, second last actually said, "It's good to relax." Of course, second last knew what kind of person Jiang Shao was. When the two of them were taking care of the apprentices in the Night Disaster Mountain, Jiang Shao had been hacking at the huge rock in the wilderness for several months. Hence, she hoped that Jiang Shao could have some leisure and entertainment. Jiang Shao asked, "Why don't you measure the height?" Second last waved her hand and a dark silver spear appeared in her hand. She then stabbed the spear head into the ground and gathered star power in her hand, causing the spear to extend continuously. Jiang Shao also discovered the uniqueness of her star technique. As the body of the spear lengthened, the star power in the spear that was made of star power also became thinner and more fragile. When the spear reached the same length as the grayish-white stone pillars that connected the ceiling to the ground, second last said, "Almost." In the distance, Jiang Shao, who was sitting on the bed and yawning, measured second last's height and asked, 9 meters? Second last said, "It should be 1 meter under your feet too. TSK. Jiang Shao clicked his tongue in wonder. "What does it look like?" The spear in second last's hand turned into a bow and arrow that was shot into the distance. Ding! The silver bow drew a long line, crossed a few grayish-white stone pillars, and nailed itself into a wall of air. Behind the wall of air was a vast and misty starry sky. Second last turned around while overflowing with star power. Her long black hair danced gently as she knocked her bow and shot another arrow. Second last shot arrows in 8 directions. The 3 of them identified the length and width of the arrows and found the 4 corners of the space. Jiang Shao couldn't help but be astonished. A rough estimate was that it was about half the size of a football field. 60*10. This was no longer a small space. In the distance, second last, who was standing in a corner of the Scourge ruins, said, "It seems that you have a small world." Jiang Shao placed his hands on his hips and stared at the distant corner through the grayish-white stone pillars. He didn't have second last's abilities. He stood in the opposite corner and couldn't see second last at all under the dim sky. Jiang Shao said, "It seems that I have to keep some pets here for lighting. By the way, where are the black and white candles that I sent out for research?" In the darkness, second last said, "When we get back, we'll ask them for them." Jiang Shao said, "Okay, when Han Jiangxue comes back, let her throw a bunch of flame skulls in." At this point, Jiang Shao suddenly had a bold idea. "Is it possible?" Jiang Zhao's body flashed and he stood in place. "Okay, if I don't open the space door, I can't flash out because the dimension is different, right?" Jiang Shao wanted to flash back to the living room. In that case, second last would never be able to come out. TSK, that's an interesting idea. Second last walked over from afar and asked, "It's just that the space has become bigger. There aren't any other new functions." Jiang Shao thought hard for a long time, but he didn't know what new functions he could come up with or what new functions he could add. However, to be honest, it was much bigger than before. It had changed from a residential house to half a football field, and there was a huge change in height too. It could even be used as a PK arena. Jiang Shao tried to experiment again, but he didn't find any peculiar ways to play. Hence, he left the Scourge ruins with second last and returned to his residence. "What do you want to eat for lunch?" Jiang Shao was secretly delighted. The improvement of the quality of the 2-star techniques and the experimental results were great, so he was in a great mood too. Second last's long hair, which was slightly damp after the shower, was almost dry. She sat on the sofa and coiled her hair into a bun at the back of her head. A few strands of her long hair fell on both sides of her forehead. Her hairstyle was loose and lackadaisical, which made her seem less menacing. Second last said, "Don't eat too much. We'll set off for the snowfield in the afternoon." Jiang Shao frantically said, "Let's go tomorrow. At least give Han Jiangxue some time to prepare." Second last didn't say anything else. Jiang Shao continued, "I'll go get you some medicine. It's been so long, it's time to celebrate. Why don't we go to Uncle Yu's store for some skewers? Although it's not suitable for me to go out now, there don't seem to be many customers there." Second last said, "If you want to talk, let's stay at home. By the way, let me tell you that Shadow Crow and Tengu have already been recruited by me, and they each lead a light-chasing team. I have 3 teams under me, and 1 team is still being formed. There's an empty team leader position, and I've taken a fancy to someone." Jiang Shao asked, "Huh? Do I know him?" Second last shook her head and said, "You haven't seen him before. His code name is Great Sage, and he's a very loyal soldier. He's tenacious, brave, and meticulous. He's very suitable to be the vanguard of the 3 teams. The Tengu team will be in the middle, while the Shadow Crow team will be in charge of reconnaissance, support, and assassination. The battle style of the 3 teams has already taken shape." "Hush!" Jiang Shao whistled and said, "That's a good idea." Second last said, "I need to test them, maybe after you start school." Jiang Shao asked, "So?" Second last said, "So you have to rush back to the northwest as soon as you receive my call." Jiang Shao said matter-of-factly, "Yes, madam." Second last turned around and glanced at Jiang Shao before asking, "Who's the person you mentioned that you recommended?" "Ho Mingming, the one who ranked 12th in the individual competition. You can easily find all her information." Jiang Shao suddenly raised a finger and said, "I'll go buy some skewers first. Let's chat while we celebrate." Jiang Shao then picked up his mobile phone and disappeared without a trace while second last watched. At 10:30 a.m., Uncle Yu's store was empty and Auntie Yu was still sitting behind the small counter, taking a nap. Jiang Shao suddenly appeared there, but there was no movement at all. Jiang Shao had also finally discovered the industry that he was suitable for: delivery. How many orders would he be able to deliver in a day with his diamond-level teleportation? How many good reviews would he receive? The other delivery men would probably be so envious of him that they would cry. Jiang Shao gently woke Auntie Yu up, giving her a great shock. Even after Jiang Shao finished ordering, Auntie Yu was still wondering why the doorbell didn't ring when Jiang Shao pushed the door open and entered. Jiang Shao sent a WeChat message to Han Jiangxue to confirm the time for lunch. After a while, Xia Yan also sent a WeChat message to him, saying that she wanted to freeload for lunch and asked him to prepare some food and drink. Feeling helpless, Jiang Shao ordered some more skewers and bought a box of beer. 20 minutes later, Jiang Shao appeared in the kitchen with 2 bags of skewers, a box of beer under his armpit, and 2 bottles of liquor in his pocket. Second last was watching the television lazily and seemed to have heard the commotion in the kitchen. She tilted her head and looked at Jiang Shao, only to see that he was too lazy to move at all. She didn't seem to have any intention of helping him at all. More than 10 minutes later, the door opened and Han Jiangxue and Xia Yan returned. Xia Yan was talking to Han Jiangxue excitedly when she saw the huge woman on the sofa. Xia Yan stared at second last in bewilderment and fell silent all of a sudden. "Let's eat." Jiang Shao raised his head and gulped down some beer before walking out of the kitchen and tossing a bottle to Xia Yan. Han Jiangxue looked at the beer in Jiang Zhao's hand with a frown before turning to look at second last. "Hello." "Okay," second last answered casually before getting up and walking towards the bathroom. Gulp, gulp, Xia Yan opened the can and raised her head to gulp it down. The alcohol flowed down the corners of her mouth, and she downed the entire can in one go. She then pinched the can and said, "Psh." Jiang Shao stepped forward and grabbed the bag from Han Jiangxue's hand. He had no idea what clothes she had bought for him. "Hence," he muttered, "look at how thirsty the child is. Why didn't you buy her a bottle of water?" Xia Yan was speechless. At the dining table, Han Jiangxue ate the meat quietly while Xia Yan held onto a beer in one hand. She was unusually quiet and obedient as she sized Han Jiangxue up curiously. When Xia Yan first met second last, she was treated as a prisoner and thrown into the snowfield prison. Xia Yan didn't have a good impression of the female tyrant. Who would have thought that she would one day be eating skewers with the tyrant? Second last held the fishtail in one hand and tilted her head while eating the grilled cod. She listened to Jiang Zhao's words and hummed from time to time. Regardless of how many people were around her or who they were, her style had never changed. Burp, Xia Yan burped again. Jiang Shao was still telling second last about Ho Mingming's characteristics when he heard her burp. Xia Yan also sensed Jiang Zhao's gaze and couldn't help but wrinkle her nose at him, seemingly asking him what he was looking at. Jiang Shao suddenly said with a smile, "Actually, our lineup is pretty good too. We have 2 agility type, 1 mage, and 1 support." Upon hearing his words, second last turned to look at the other 2 little guys. 2 seconds later, she shook her head gently. Xia Yan was immediately displeased. Although there was no disdain in second last's eyes, it was obvious that the female tyrant didn't like her at all. Han Jiangxue pressed her hand against Xia Yan's thigh under the table. Second last wasn't the only one who looked down on Xia Yan. She looked down on Han Jiangxue too. Jiang Shao said, "Don't look at it from the perspective of teammates. The apprentices are qualified. They're just year ones." Second last looked at the 2 girls thoughtfully before nodding gently. However, she shook her head again and pointed at Xia Yan with her chin. "She's not made for being a night guard. She can't calm down." Xia Yan was so infuriated that she puffed up her cheeks, but she felt that second last was clenching her thigh tightly. She seemed to have deflated and took a deep breath of relief. She pouted and opened another bottle of beer. Han Jiangxue didn't think that there was anything wrong with it. She thought that second last was just expressing herself inappropriately. However, this is the Star Warrior's world, after all. Since you're incompetent, you have to keep your pride in check. Jiang Shao said worriedly. This is also Ho Mingming's problem. She's going to join the Mountain Crusher Army and the Wasteland Reclaimers. I only poached her because of her identity as a light chaser. I'm afraid she won't be able to join the Guardians of the Night. Second last tilted her head and tore off a piece of fish. She said in a muffled voice, "That depends on how strong her output is. When the time comes, bring her along and let her take the assessment with the Great Sage." Jiang Shao initially wanted to bring up the topic to lure out the star pets, but he hurriedly changed the topic and said, "This lineup seems pretty good. I'll also get a star pet that can fight in the front." Second last asked in a rare tone of voice, "Huh?" Jiang Shao looked at Han Jiangxue and said, "The capital Star Warriors world has provided us with a chance to capture star pets as a reward for the World Cup. Can you give us some advice?" Han Jiangxue took out her mobile phone and flipped through the pictures. She then placed it on the table and flicked it gently. The mobile phone slid on the table and leaned against second last's plate. Second last lowered her head and looked at the specific information of the bamboo bear. She raised her eyebrows slightly and saw the specific information of the bamboo bear. It seemed that the capital Star Warriors world had put in a lot of effort. The bamboo bear had high health, high defense, and sufficient output. It was also equipped with summoning skills and roaring skills. It would be able to play a huge role on the battlefield together with Belle. Second last asked, "Do you have the ability to deal with its first star technique? This weakness is fatal." Jiang Shao said, "I want to try using Belle. Do you have a better star pet to recommend?" Second last thought about it and said, "Most platinum quality star pets only have 2 or 3 star technique." At this point, second last paused. Jiang Shao said, "They all know my secret." Second last confirmed, "They all know." "Okay." Jiang Shao continued, "Only the 3 of you know that you're the closest people to me, my teachers, my comrades, and my partners." After staying silent for a while, second last said, "For the time being, we're not sure if the characteristics of your star map will have a special effect on the star pets contained in it, just like how you can upgrade the quality of the star techniques in your star map. If your star pets can do the same, the more star techniques you have, the more you'll gain. Putting aside the first weakness, there should be only 1 star pet in the world that has 5 star technique." Second last continued, "What's rarer is that these 5 star techniques are all very outstanding and suitable for the battlefield." Jiang Shao picked up the beer can and took a gulp. The first thing she considered was always the battlefield, not a personal fight or a team competition. Han Jiangxue said softly, "There are 2 more." Second last's fingers were stained with sauce, and she had no choice but to stretch out her clean little finger and slide it to the right. She frowned and looked at the bright bird, before looking at the Troll Flame King. She looked at the bright bird in disdain but stared at the Troll Flame King for a long time. If she didn't really like it, second last wouldn't have used 4 star slots to embed all the star techniques of the Troll Flame King. After a while, second last unlocked her mobile phone and tilted her head to eat again. The detection of the bright bird is not something you should consider. There's a huge difference between the detection of star pets and that of star warriors. Sometimes you can't even understand the meaning of the star pet. In a more comprehensive sense, the bamboo bear is better. As for the Troll Flame King, Jiang Shao asked, "Huh?" The Troll Flame King was even less comprehensive. It was simply a star pet that could output explosive attacks. Second last looked up at Jiang Shao and said, "The team needs diversity, otherwise it'll be easy to be restrained. Whatever it can do, I can do too." Jiang Shao stared at second last in a daze and said, This is what you said?" Second last looked at Jiang Shao in bewilderment, clearly unable to understand what Jiang Shao was thinking. "Did I say something wrong?" Jiang Shao gulped down a mouthful of beer, and stared at second last with a scorching gaze. I should have tried it when we first met in the snowfield. It's all my fault for being too weak. I'll find a chance to give you a beating, shall I? While you're weak, I'll see if I can embed you in my star map. Second last was dumbfounded. Han Jiangxue covered her face with one hand and buried her head in shame. Xia Yan's eyes widened and her mouth formed an O shape. She grabbed the table with one hand and leaned back. She tilted her head and counted the empty beer cans under Jiang Zhao's table. That's only the third? He's so drunk? Lord Pai, you're so good at drinking. Chapter 622. At home in Jiangbin City, Beijiang Province. At 1:58 a.m. Second last was lying on the soft bed and breathing slowly. She was sound asleep. All of a sudden, there was a soft sound coming from the door. A black shadow stood outside the door and peeked in through the crack. Of course, he also saw second last sleeping soundly. She was much less cold and aloof than usual, and she seemed to be more relaxed and carefree. Jiang Shao opened the door carefully with a nervous expression, but there was still a soft sound coming from the door. Jiang Zhao's hand that was holding onto the door handle stiffened slightly. Immediately afterwards, he flashed and stood in front of the huge bed. Second last was clearly drunk, and it was a rare opportunity for her to do so. Otherwise, she would have already sensed it before Jiang Shao even reached the door, let alone open the door. Jiang Shao placed the cup of water in his hand on the bed and sat down quietly. Due to the fact that it was summer, the thin blanket on her body was kicked away, and the sound of her breathing made Jiang Shao feel much more at ease. Finally, Little Black moved. Jiang Shao carefully stretched out his palm and placed 2 fingers on her wrist, gently like he was checking her pulse. This was the moment when she was most relaxed and unguarded. She should be able to absorb it now, right? Jiang Shao frowned and thought, internal star map, what are you waiting for? As the saying goes, riches and honor come from taking risks. Today, whether I can reach the top of the world or not depends on you. Hurry up and jump out of the prompt box for star pet absorption. In the end, the internal star map ignored Jiang Shao, but someone else did. At the moment when Jiang Shao placed his fingers on second last's wrist, second last suddenly opened her eyes in her sleep. She was still a little tipsy, but her body's natural reaction was terrifying. Bang! Jiang Shao felt like he was riding on a cloud and had no idea what was going on. His arms had already been pinned behind his back and his body had been pressed onto the bed. Second last did indeed disturb him because she had been drinking from noon to the afternoon. Besides, it was the high-alcohol self-brewed liquor. Second last held Jiang Zhao's arm with one hand and shifted her body upwards. She then replaced her palm with her knee and pressed down on Jiang Zhao's arm and body. After discovering that it was Jiang Shao, second last finally relaxed a little and held her forehead with one hand while rubbing her temples gently. Feeling a little giddy, she asked, "What are you doing here?" Jiang Zhao's voice was soft and anxious. It hurts. Let go. I'll bring you some water. People who drink too much get thirsty in the middle of the night." Second last turned around and saw the glass of water on the bedside table. She finally moved her knees away and said, "Bring some water." Jiang Shao hurriedly got up, took 2 steps back and whispered, "Yeah, you ungrateful fellow." Second last rubbed her head with one hand and sat on the bed. Her hair was disheveled and she looked like a lunatic. She looked up at Jiang Shao and said, "Leave." Jiang Shao replied, "Sure." With that, he hurriedly left and closed the door behind him. In the room, second last leaned forward and extended her arm to grab the glass of water. Feeling the boiling temperature, she blew on it gently and took a sip, only to discover that it was hot honey water. Second last sighed softly and sipped the hot honey water while feeling Jiang Zhao's sincerity. It was really heartwarming. At the thought of her violent reaction just now, Second Last actually felt a little guilty. The heartwarming Jiang Shao was standing at the door at this moment and sighing deeply too. The plan to capture star pets has failed. Aren't you too lousy at the internal star map? I risked my life to take action, but you didn't even react? We're working very hard too, aren't we? It was early in the morning, and there was a sound coming from the house. Yesterday's lunch party lasted until the afternoon. Everyone went to bed early and woke up early. At 5:30 a.m., Jiang Shao rushed back with soy milk, youtiao, jujube cake, tea, eggs, and pickled vegetables. Apart from Xia Yan, who was still sleeping soundly, Han Jiangxue and Second Last had already gotten up and even washed up. The three of them ate breakfast and did not disturb Xia Yan, who was sleeping soundly. Han Jiangxue left a note on the coffee table in the living room, and the three of them set off at 6:00. The siblings took the big cat out to play while the husky stayed at home to look after the house. The scene was rather harmonious. However, Jiang Zhao's cruel behavior did not stop there. Not only did he leave the husky to look after the house, he even took away the husky's car keys. At this moment, Jiang Shao, who was driving the Land Rover, looked up at the rearview mirror and said to Second Last, "This car is very comfortable to drive. Why don't you try it?" Second Last looked up at the rearview mirror and their eyes met. After a while, Jiang Shao turned to look in front. "If you don't want to drive, so be it. Why are you being so fierce?" In this case, Jiang Zhao's plan to buy a car would be of no use. No matter how spacious it is, they won't drive it. I'll see what happens when I return, but I reckon it won't work. With the permission of the leader of the Guardians of the Night in Jiannan Village, Second Last and Jiang Shao entered the snowfield with Han Jiangxue, who was already in the galaxy stage. In fact, if it weren't for Han Jiangxue, there would be no need to trouble the local leader at all. Second Last and Jiang Shao could enter at will. Jiang Shao also discovered the huge difference between him and Second Last. When Jiang Shao flashed his military identification card at the top of the ancient pagoda, the other party checked it carefully. Second Last didn't check the authenticity of her identification card at all. How infuriating! After the three of them changed into their snowfield camouflage attire, Han Jiangxue pulled out a giant sword from Sky Smasher and handed it to Jiang Shao. Their journey in the snowfield began again. They returned to the snowfield at night and Jiang Shao saw the dazzling aurora in the dark again. All of a sudden, he felt like it was a lifetime ago. 2 years ago, he started out here. 2 years later, he thought, I've returned to my hometown in glory, right? White ghouls. Your emperor is back. The three of them had a clear goal and charged all the way to the southeast. In the process of heading to the holy ground, they discovered 3 white ghoul witches. Jiang Shao no longer needed to connect to the others and simply relied on his galaxy stage star power to boost the 3 white ghoul witches to the silver quality. He then killed them one by one. After killing them 3 times, Han Jiangxue also figured out Jiang Zhao's routine and knew what he needed. The training this time was not considered training at all. The 3 big shots, 2 in the galaxy stage and 1 in the galaxy stage, were simply there to bully the noobs. At most, they were there to get a feel for it. The warriors could at least hone their skills, but Han Jiangxue was a rules awakened, of course. Han Jiangxue was aware of Jiang Zhao's abilities, but she wasn't a blind person. She never tried to learn the giant blade technique. Punching and kicking were considered the basics and she could still practice a little, but using a giant blade was a little too much for her. With the previous experience, Jiang Shao first negotiated with the Guardians of the Night when the 3 of them arrived at the Holy Ground this time. The Guardians of the Night of the Holy Ground were still the same, but this time, when they saw Jiang Shao, they spoke more words of encouragement and congratulations. In fact, most of the Guardians of the Night in the Holy Ground thought that Jiang Zhao's exquisite swordsmanship was trained in the snowfield. Jiang Shao wouldn't deny that because the snowfield and the Holy Ground had indeed helped him a lot. The title of the world champion also made the local guardians of the night more tolerant of Jiang Zhao's behavior. Seeing that Jiang Zhao's swordsmanship had already been honed to such an extent, but he still came to the holy ground to train hard, the guardians of the night were truly impressed. When Jiang Zhao entered the snowfield and verified his identity, he had, of course, revealed his latest identity as a light chaser, which was immediately heard by the guardians of the night. At this moment, the soldier's psychological state could be described with one word: they were proud of him. Jiang Zhao's sense of identity as a comrade allowed him to be taken care of during this trip to the holy ground. After Jiang Zhao negotiated with the Guardians of the Night, the Guardians of the Night cleared out a small wooden hut that had a fireplace, hot water, a bed, and a blanket. Although the soldiers knew that their comrade was a lunatic, and that it was good enough for him to come back to the hut to rest once a day, they still insisted on doing so. Jiang Zhao and the others did not stop and pass through the ghost mountains and ghost seas in the canyon before entering the holy ground. While swinging his sword, Jiang Zhao teased second last. Seems like the sense of identity is more useful than the identity of an inspector. That was indeed the case. In the past few times, second last used her identity as a light chaser to make the Guardians of the Night obey her orders. This time, although the premise was still the same, Jiang Zhao's actions allowed the team to receive more attention and recognition. Second last's state of mind was rather peculiar too. After hearing Jiang Zhao's words, she did not get angry and instead felt a little proud. The holy ground was a small hill, which was also the reason why Jiang Zhao and second last were so obsessed with it. Unlike other places, they could hide from others, and Jiang Zhao could come up with some conspiracies and schemes there. He had to admit that the efficiency of the trio's killing of the white ghoul witches was astonishing. With the presence of the rules awakened, everything became much simpler. The three of them guarded the northwest corner of the holy ground and actually found a safe place in the noisy and chaotic environment. That was because more than 10 gigantic fire dragons, more than 5 meters tall, surrounded a corner of the holy ground and blocked the three of them, not allowing any white ghouls to enter. Under Han Jiangshue's orders, the flame puppets defended more than they attacked. Hence, they did not go all out. On the other hand, Jiang Zhao searched for white ghoul witches one after another and fed them to level up. Han Jiangxue and Jiang Zhao cooperated very well. She directly used Barren Wind to blow the white ghoul witches that were trembling and advancing. Han Jiangshue's actions were clean and efficient. From time to time, Han Jiangxue would cast Ice Roar to prevent the holy ground from becoming too congested. Putting aside the aspect of training, bringing a rules awakened along to farm star beads was really the wisest decision. Han Jiangxue had the ability to summon, defend, control, and clear the area. In the snowfield that was filled with brass-quality beasts, she was simply a godlike existence. After 8 hours, Jiang Zhao harvested a total of 101 silver-quality white ghoul witch star beads. What kind of efficiency was that? It was the first time that the trio had worked together, and Jiang Zhao's nostalgia made some mistakes, which delayed them for some time. At that time, Han Jiangxue accidentally. To be exact, Jiang Zhao accidentally forgot to remove nostalgia when Han Jiangxue cast Ice Roar to clear the area. Groups of white ghouls died, which also caused a large amount of vitality to surge into Han Jiangshue's body. Han Jiangxue trembled and fainted. Jiang Zhao hurriedly connected to Han Jiangxue and a few other white ghouls before transferring the vitality out. However, that also caused their star power to plummet rapidly, which was extremely awkward. As soon as Han Jiangxue fainted, the dozen or so flame puppets exploded and began slaughtering the white ghouls. The holy ground was already chaotic to begin with, and this time, it was even more chaotic. The flame puppets were really ferocious and they almost pushed the battle to the gate of the holy ground. Fortunately, second last was decisive and managed to get rid of all the summoned beasts. If the gate of the holy ground had been accidentally destroyed by the flame puppets, it would have been a huge problem. Putting aside this small episode, Jiang Zhao's path of farming star beads was rather smooth. 100 silver quality white ghoul which star beads could directly increase the platinum quality blessing and decoy by a small level. When he arrived, Jiang Zhao's blessing and decoy were both platinum quality level 4, 50/1000. In that case, he would be able to obtain diamond quality blessing and decoy in 5 to 6 days. Torturing noobs feels great. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 623. A few days later, in the snowfield holy ground. Brass 1000 kills, skill point +1. Oh my god, oh my god! Jiang Zhao muttered to himself excitedly while wiping the blood and sweat stains on his face. He then watched as a white ghoul which was blown towards him by Han Jiangxue. It was not because of the so-called brass 1000 kills, but because his silver quality white ghoul which was here. The diamond quality blessing and decoy were waving at him. Second last raised her sword and beheaded the white ghoul witch. She then fed the white ghoul witch's corpse to the white ghouls who were always hungry because of the flame puppet. Jiang Zhao grabbed the white ghoul witch's head and absorbed the silver quality star bead. At the same time, the long-awaited message finally appeared in the internal star map. Blessing diamond quality LV 0/10,000. Decoy diamond quality level 0/10,000. Jiang Zhao was really on the verge of tears. The plan was slower than he had imagined, and they had spent a week on it. However, it was precisely because of the slowdown that they were in high spirit. Instead of working 8 hours a day, they chose to strike a balance between work and rest. During their free time, Jiang Zhao and Han Jiangxue transformed into obedient students and listened to Second Last's lectures on battle tactics. Jiang Zhao also took the opportunity to ask her about her past stories from time to time, to which the two of them listened with great interest. Jiang Zhao had no choice but to do that. After all, Han Jiangxue was part of the team this time, and he didn't want her to have any changes in her mental state. Jiang Zhao alone was enough for the sacrifice. It was better for Han Jiangxue to be more normal. However, even so, Han Jiangxue's temperament inevitably changed a little amidst the wanton massacre. Even though it had only been a short 7 days, everyone could imagine how much the trio had killed. Fortunately, the targets of their massacre were a group of violent white ghouls. Jiang Zhao hoped that Han Jiangxue would be able to adjust her mental state better. Let's go to the Calamity Ruins. Jiang Zhao stepped forward, shielded Second Last and Han Jiangxue behind him, and immediately activated the Scourge Ruins. Jiang Zhao was the first to enter, followed by Second Last. Han Jiangxue pressed her palm down gently, after which dozens of fireworks hounds shattered and the blazing flames were extinguished. The starlight was hidden within and dissipated. The swarming white ghouls finally crossed the blockade and charged in, only to find that the enemy had disappeared. The next moment, the white ghouls no longer had a common enemy, so they began to flash their claws and fangs at their own kind. The battle continued. Their natural instincts and intelligence made it so that in their eyes, there was no such thing as their own kind, only pieces of delicious meat. The trio entered the gigantic Shadow Ruins. The roars finally disappeared. The Shadow Ruins were quiet, and the murderous intent in their hearts calmed down quite a bit. Jiang Zhao heaved a long sigh of relief and said, "God said, let there be light." Han Jiangxue glanced at Jiang Zhao expressionlessly and waved her hand, after which several flame little matches appeared. Woo! The flame little matches scattered like a mischievous child as soon as they arrived. Han Jiangxue waved her hand and the flame little matches that ran out stopped moving. Although they did not have faces, their body language expressed their emotions. The little burning men walked back reluctantly with their heads hung, dejectedly. They gathered around the trio and acted as torches, Due to the special characteristics of the snowfield, the guardians of the night couldn't be stationed too close to the holy ground. Otherwise, they would be besieged by a large number of white ghouls and white ghoul witches. That was also the reason Jiang Shao could come up with schemes and set up the shadow ruins here.
Did you succeed?
Second last asked. Han Jiangxue turned around abruptly, only to find that it was Jiang Shao, the bait, who had walked over. She heaved a sigh of relief. She couldn't help it. She had been in a battle for a long time, which made her tense up. Here, is this heaven? Jiang Zhao's pitch-black eyes were suddenly covered by a white light. The scene was so strange. Second last frowned and wondered, what's going on? Why are his eyes covered by the white ray of light? Is he using the star technique, blessing? How strong must the blessing be? The companion move of raising one's hand is no longer enough, and the companion state already requires the body to be used as a guide. Why is it appearing in his eyes? F***ck. Jiang Shao exclaimed. His body trembled as his legs gave way and he collapsed to the ground. Han Jiangxue frowned slightly because Jiang Shao wasn't the only one. Even the bait, Jiang Shao, was trembling and lying on the ground. The bait's eyes were not covered by the white ray of light, but it seemed that he couldn't turn off the shared feeling. At the next moment, holy light descended. The platinum quality blessing was already a large pillar of light that had a diameter of about 5 meters. It would also emit a large amount of beautiful fluorescence. Although the diamond quality blessing was also a large pillar of light, it had a diameter of more than 8 meters. At the instant that the large pillar of light touched the ground, the holy light poured down and surged in all directions like waves of water. A large amount of rich luster splashed out in a wide range. Second last ordered, retreat! Second last and Han Jiangxue quickly retreated, and at the same time Han Jiangxue flicked her slender fingers gently, after which Jiang Shao, who was lying on the ground, was blown over. At the next moment, Han Jiangxue's pupils constricted, and she reached out to whip out a flame torch whip, which she wrapped around Jiang Zhao's ankle and hurriedly pulled him over. It was because it was not just one pillar of holy light, but a whole bunch of them. It was simply a holy light array. 1, 2, 3. Han Jiangxue hugged Jiang Zhao's body and retreated hurriedly with second last. There were actually a total of 8 large pillars of blessing. The dark shadow ruins was shining brightly at this moment. It was so bright that it was almost blinding to the eyes. The 8 large pillars of holy light that had a diameter of 8 meters were arranged in a picturesque manner and continued to pollute the ground beneath their feet with the light. Even without the support of Jiang Zhao's star power, they still lasted for 8 seconds before gradually dissipating. The holy light that flowed on the ground was like the moonlight that was pouring on the ground at night. It was extremely beautiful and finally dissipated. Han Jiangxue turned to look at second last with a look of astonishment on her face. She saw a look of disbelief on second last's face. Is this the diamond-level blessing? Is this the holy light array? Perhaps those who bathed in the 8 pillars of holy light would be instantly healed, but the 8 pillars of holy light were connected one after another. The white light that splashed and flowed out also connected into one, directly turning the entire area into a blessed area. Han Jiangxue calmed herself down and looked down at Jiang Shao, who was still in a daze. Who said that doctors can't treat themselves? Before Jiang Shao could treat anyone else, he lay down on the ground first. Jiang Shao. Han Jiangxue placed Jiang Shao on the ground and summoned a group of Yan Xiamu to surround him. She then knelt down and gently patted Jiang Zhao's face. Jiang Shao was in a daze and seemed to be murmuring in his sleep. His blissful expression was extremely contagious, and just one look at him would make one feel especially blissful. How blissful is he exactly? Jiang Zhao's expression should be the same expression he would have on his wedding night when he found out that he had won the lottery and received a letter of acceptance from the capital university. Han Jiangxue looked up at second last helplessly and said, the diamond-level blessing is really impressive. Second last kicked Jiang Zhao's shoes, but Jiang Zhao remained motionless like a puddle of mud as he mumbled incoherently. Second last said in a hoarse voice, "It's indeed impressive, but it can't be used." What did you say? Han Jiangxue suddenly heard something and hurriedly leaned over to put her ear next to Jiang Zhao's mouth. Jiang Zhao had been mumbling something vaguely, but just now, his speech seemed to have become clearer. Han Jiangxue frowned and listened carefully. Jiang Zhao smiled blissfully and said softly with tears in his eyes, "Holy light, betrayed me." Han Jiangxue was speechless. Second last was speechless. Jiang Zhao wasn't shrouded by the blessing at all. In fact, he didn't even get splashed by the glow of the blessing. However, he only woke up after a full 30 seconds. He sat up and looked at the little burning man with his palms clasped together. Jiang Zhao suddenly felt that he was acting as a sacrifice. The little burning man clasped his palms together because Han Jiangxue was pressing her fingers against her lips and the tip of her nose while looking down at her younger brother, who had been betrayed by holy light. "Hi," Jiang Zhao said meekly. "Hello." Second last looked down at Jiang Zhao and said, "Don't use blessings of this quality in the future. It'll affect you too much." Okay. Jiang Zhao scratched his head and nodded repeatedly. "Take a break and check on the bait." "Has the bait been upgraded?" Second last asked. Jiang Zhao nodded and sat up cross-legged. He then reached out and flicked his finger gently at the little burning man beside him, causing its tiny body to fall on its buttock. Han Jiangxue glowered at Jiang Zhao and waved her hand, after which Yan Xiaosu dispersed. In the darkness, the bait Jiang Zhao also crawled over. He wasn't affected by the holy light in the distance. Han Jiangxue and second last retreated quickly only because they were being cautious. "Let's try to summon a bait without committing suicide first," Jiang Zhao said thoughtfully. Han Jiangxue said, "Okay, let's give it a try. How's your star power reserve? Do you want to replenish it first?" That reminded Jiang Zhao that the cluster of holy light just now had directly consumed 1 unit of his star power. After all, the spacetime rift and scourge ruins of the space element only consumed 1.5 units of star power. Jiang Zhao threw a counter-current light at second last. Second last looked down at Jiang Zhao quietly without any reaction. However, Jiang Zhao closed his eyes and reached out with his hands. Whoosh! "Damn it!" Jiang Zhao exclaimed softly. The diamond-quality spacetime rift and scourge ruins of the space and scourge ruins required 1.5 portions of his star power. However, the diamond-quality bait actually required 8 portions of star power. The total amount of star power of the galaxy stage was consumed by 8 portions of star power. What level of bait is this? Did it almost drain Jiang Zhao dry? The platinum bait beside Jiang Zhao suddenly disappeared and was replaced by Jiang Zhao, who was dressed in snow camouflage and had stains all over his face. He then stood in the middle of the 3 of them. The 2 girls looked at the bait Jiang Zhao, who was seated on the ground with his eyes closed. The bait Jiang Zhao moved his body and looked down at his hands before clenching them gently. "It's too real," Han Jiangxue asked with concern. "What's wrong?" The bait Jiang Zhao tilted his head and said in amazement, "It's almost identical. If you remove the almost, it's exactly the same." Second last frowned and said, "It replaced the previous bait. So, unlike blessing, the quality of the bait will increase, not the quantity." The bait Jiang Zhao raised his head abruptly and his pupils constricted slightly. He opened his mouth slightly and turned to look at second last. Han Jiangxue's heart tensed up and she frantically asked, "What's the matter?" The bait Jiang Zhao's Adam's apple squirmed, and he turned to look at Han Jiangxue in a daze. At the next moment, a Big Dipper star map appeared on the bait Jiang Zhao's body, the 9 empty star slots were lined up, and the rich, river-like star power surrounded the Big Dipper star map and flowed within, connecting the empty star slots. Han Jiangxue covered her mouth with one hand and stared at the empty Big Dipper star map. Second Last's breathing paused slightly. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 624. Han Jiangxue stepped forward and reached out to gently move the illusory star map in front of Jiang Zhao's chest. She then outlined the star power. Second Last frowned and said, "This is not the concentration of star power that should be in the galaxy stage." The decoy Jiang Zhao said, "Yes, I can absorb it. The star power is slowly filling up the star map. It's just a matter of time." Second Last turned to look at Jiang Zhao, who was sitting on the ground, only to discover that his eyes were still closed. She asked, "He's exactly the same as a normal person, right?" Jiang Zhao opened his eyes and nodded excitedly. He then took out 5 white ghoul star beads from his pocket and threw them at the decoy Jiang Zhao. The decoy Jiang Zhao caught them in a flurry and his expression grew sullen. Second Last asked, "What's the matter? What's the matter? Where's the internal star map?" The decoy Jiang Zhao doesn't have an internal star map? The internal star map seems to be exclusive to Jiang Zhao, but the decoy Jiang Zhao doesn't have one. The decoy Jiang Zhao held the star bead in his hand, but there was no information prompt in his head. There were no star techniques, basic techniques, star power, or anything else. The decoy Jiang Zhao absorbed a brass-quality, white ghoul star bead which shattered and some star power surged into his body. However, his star slot did not light up. Did he fail to absorb a star technique? Such things happen to normal star warriors every day, but to Jiang Zhao, it had never happened before. After all, the probability of Jiang Zhao absorbing a star technique was 100%. Second Last's long and narrow eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. She said thoughtfully, "He has your star map, but he doesn't have the characteristics of your star map." Jiang Zhao's internal star map had always been explained by the special characteristics of the star map. The decoy Jiang Zhao also had the Big Dipper star map, so he should have the same characteristic. However, there was a problem. The decoy Jiang Zhao did not have an internal star map at all. Why? Aren't green glow and endurance auxiliary star techniques? The characteristics of the Big Dipper star map are not compatible with them? That was just a bluff. Second Last knew that Jiang Zhao had a 100% success rate. She had always thought that the Big Dipper star map was special because he could use multiple star techniques to make up for the lack of star slots. Jiang Zhao shook his head and said, "Fade into the crowd." Han Jiangxue comforted softly and said, "It's already shocking enough. This is a living person. Even if the probability of you absorbing a star technique is very low and you've become an ordinary person with 9 star slots, you have to be clear that this is your bait." Jiang Zhao nodded and said, "It's the same for me. My senses and memories are exactly the same. Hence, swordsmanship, bows, daggers, fists, and kicks are of the same origin, but as for the rest, as for the others, those that were directly related to the internal star map were basically gone." Sure enough, the old saying was true. Everything you have may be taken away, only the knowledge you have learned in your head will not be taken away. Decoy Jiang Zhao absorbed the white ghoul star beads one after another, and tried to acquire star techniques while replenishing his star power. When the 5th white ghoul star bead shattered, a star slot on Jiang Zhao's Big Dipper star map finally lit up. Then, the decoy Jiang Zhao extended his hand and his palm was covered in green glow. The brass-quality green glow was no problem. There was no so-called 2-star techniques in 1 star slot. It was just a lonely brass-quality green glow. Jiang Zhao, who was sitting on the ground, stood up and said, "I'll try to replace the decoy and see if the green glow in the star map will remain." Second Last nodded and said, "Okay. Thank you for your support." Jiang Zhao cast a ray of countercurrent light on Second Last and the star power in his body was replenished again. Second Last's true pet. This star power seemed to be inexhaustible, and inexhaustible. Jiang Shao indeed had to find a suitable star pet that could at least act as a power bank for star power. The biggest difference between humans and beasts was the amount of star power they could store. Second last was currently in the starfall stage, which was the fourth stage of star power for humans. Second last's pet, Xiao Xiao, was of the platinum quality, which was the fourth stage of star power. However, second last could not compare to Xiao Xiao in terms of the amount of star power that she had. Jiang Xiao was about to summon the decoy, but he frowned and pondered for a while. Then, under the gaze of second last and Han Jiangxue, Jiang Zhao's expression changed slightly. Clearly, it was the secondary star technique. It could change his appearance. Jiang Shao had indeed changed his appearance, but he did not turn into a man or a woman. Instead, he turned his face into a mask. If he were to wear a mask normally, his true appearance would be revealed after taking it off. However, Jiang Shao was not wearing a real mask, but a platinum-quality secondary face. It was essentially different from the clothes that Jiang Shao was wearing. So, you can't take off this mask. The mask is Jiang Zhao's face. So, you can only take off this face. Second last looked at Jiang Shao silently before looking at Nine-Tailed again. The mask was very unique too. There were circles of lines that were in the shape of a vortex, making it look like a big bubble roll. Jiang Shao then summoned the decoy again. Indeed, the diamond-quality decoy no longer had to be summoned after it had been upgraded. Jiang Shao could summon it directly, but there was a limit to the number. Hence, the new decoy replaced the previous one. The bait from before directly shattered, turning into a ray of starlight and dissipating. As for the new bait, it appeared in the form of a vortex mask. The decoy Jiang Shao opened the star map again, but what made everyone frown was that the green glow that was previously embedded in the previous decoy's star map had already disappeared, and there were still 9 empty star slots. Jiang Shao thought to himself, it seems that the new decoy has many characteristics. The decoy has a star map and can be summoned based on the secondary face. The new decoy would not retain the star techniques of the previous decoy. The decoy did not have an internal star map and would not be able to enjoy many benefits. However, since the decoy was still Jiang Shao himself, his physical fitness and knowledge of the galaxy stage would be retained. The two Jiang Shao said at the same time, "It's time to go to the upper dimension to take a look." Han Jiangxue asked in bewilderment, "The upper dimension?" Jiang Shao hesitated for a moment before explaining, "Second last and I have done some investigations before. Some soldiers in this snowfield have entered the upper dimension for various reasons, so I've gone to the upper dimension to investigate and found something. I've seen a wooden house built by humans, but..." Jiang Shao shrugged his shoulders and suddenly changed the topic. "The white ghouls and white ghoul witches in the upper dimension are all of the gold quality. When the time comes, green glow and endurance can be replaced with gold quality. If we're lucky, decoy Jiang Shao will also have gold quality blessing and decoy. Unfortunately, decoy Jiang Zhao's star technique can't be upgraded. Otherwise, decoy Jiang Shao will be able to summon decoy and repeat endlessly." Second last was speechless. Han Jiangxue's heart tightened. Her focus was not on that at all. She said, "You told me before that these two are you, the purest version of you. If anything happens to you in the upper dimension..." Jiang Shao, the bait, walked towards Han Jiangxue and revealed a pair of dark eyes behind the circular mask. He lowered his head slightly and raised his hand to rub Han Jiangxue's head gently. "Now you know why I'm always in a bad mood after returning from my training." Stunned, Han Jiangxue turned to look at second last and asked, "You let him court death time and time again?" Jiang Shao lamented to himself, "I said the wrong thing. Wow. The decoy Jiang Shao pushed Han Jiangxue while Jiang Shao pushed second last. The two Jiang Shao frantically stood in front of the two of them and pushed them to the sides. Even if there were any signs of trouble, Jiang Shao would treat it as an extremely serious matter. Jiang Shao whispered anxiously, "Don't talk, second last. Don't talk, don't talk." Second last lowered her head to look at Jiang Shao, only to see that he was serious and solemn. She remained expressionless and did not respond. Instead, she simply turned around and walked away. On the other side, decoy Jiang Zhao's voice was also soft and anxious. He continuously said, "I wanted to go there on my own. No one can force me to do anything. You know me well. I've always been trying to break through, and I accidentally saw a human cabin. That's why I've been doing this." Han Jiangxue bit her lip gently and remained silent. Decoy Jiang Shao continued, "Besides, you know, although I always say that both of them are me, a wise man doesn't stand under a collapsing wall. I'm not in any life-threatening danger. The training in the upper snowfield has made me who I am now." Decoy Jiang Shao pressed Han Jiangshua's shoulder with one hand and said gently, "One day, we'll go back to the Dragon Cave, but we definitely won't go to the place where our parents once struggled and disappeared. One day, I'll go back to the upper dimension of the Dragon Cave to find their traces." Han Jiangxue was stunned to hear his words and looked up at Jiang Shao. Decoy Jiang Shao shrugged and said, "The upper dimension of the low-level snowfield? That's just laying the foundation. I might not be able to bring anyone back. To put it bluntly, every time I enter the upper snowfield, I don't plan to come back. I'm simply looking for traces of humans. I don't know why I'm so persistent. Maybe I just want to make life more exciting, or I just want to hear some stories, ancient and exciting stories." Han Jiangxue looked at decoy Jiang Zhao's eyes silently and slowly lowered her head. She said softly, "Come here." Decoy Jiang Shao froze for a moment and was a little confused. However, he still stepped back. Jiang Shao quickly walked towards Han Jiangxue and asked with concern, "What's the matter?" Han Jiangxue suddenly leaned forward and hugged Jiang Zhao's body gently. Jiang Zhao's body stiffened slightly and he was a little at a loss. A few seconds later, Jiang Shao raised his hand and gently rubbed Han Jiangshue's back. "One day we'll achieve our goals." Jiang Shao was getting stronger and stronger, and of course, he hoped that Han Jiangxue could keep up with his pace. After this bait experiment, he also wanted to let Han Jiangxue absorb the reward of the World Cup, the star bead of all black sky. On one hand, the star techniques in the star bead overlapped with Jiang Zhao's star technique. On the other hand, decoy Jiang Shao was not good enough. He still wants to teleport to the upper dimension? It's already difficult to absorb the brass-green glow, let alone the platinum-black sky star bead. Decoy Jiang Shao thought, there are star techniques in it? Aren't these just jelly beans? Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 625. Jiang Shao said softly, "By the way, you should absorb the star bead of all black sky from the World Cup." Jiang Shao knew that Han Jiangxue would reject it. Before she could refuse, he continued, "There's no more space in my star slot. Besides, the star technique of that star bead overlaps with my own star technique. You happen to lack a teleportation star technique, so don't absorb any star pets for now." Han Jiangxue bit her lip and remained silent. Jiang Shao patted her back again and said, "No matter what you say, I won't give the 3 star beads of all black sky to others. You've seen the situation with Decoy, it's impossible for him to absorb them. Your talent is obvious. If you're lucky enough to absorb 1 or 2 star techniques, it'll be a qualitative leap for our team. If I'm in danger in the future, you'll be able to help me." Han Jiangxue buried her face in Jiang Zhao's shoulder and nodded gently. At the same time, on the other side of the ruins of Calamity, decoy Jiang Shao walked towards Second Last and said, "This time, I want to be fully prepared." Second Last asked, "Speak." Decoy Jiang Shao said, "The sword and bow are beneficial for my survival in the upper dimension. I can directly replace green glow and endurance with gold quality ones in the upper dimension. However, we need to configure the other star technique. Second last nodded and said, you need to have a perception-type star technique. Decoy Jiang Shao said, perception is required for reconnaissance and exploration. What star beasts do you recommend? Second last said without hesitation, Ghost Tiger, level 3 star beast of Damning Province. Decoy Jiang Shao nodded excitedly and continued, in addition, I also have some archery star beads that I obtained from the ancient Imperial Mausoleum in Chang'an City during the national competition. They're very suitable for decoy battles. It'll be enough if you can absorb 1 or 2 archery star technique. Do you have any other suggestions? Second last thought about it and said, you need a star technique to escape from the battlefield. You obtained quite a number of Shadow Crow star beads during the mission in Congjin. Jiang Shao grinned and said, the success rate of my absorption of star techniques is too low. The illusionary crow star technique is of gold quality, and I might not even be able to absorb it. I'm afraid I'll have to waste all those gold quality star beads. The Shadow Crow star bead is a specialty of Congjin and is almost equivalent to a superb one. Second last said, no, it's a waste. Decoy Jiang Shao nodded helplessly and said, another star technique that transforms weapons? If it's a protracted battle, I'll eventually run out of bows and arrows. I'm not sure if I'll have time to make my own when I'm being chased by the army. Second last immediately answered, okay, sure. You also need to have endurance and find a suitable medical star technique. Gold quality blessing is not suitable for healing. As for the Bell imprint, if you don't have an imprint, it'll be difficult for Bell to bounce back. If you have an imprint, it'll occupy 1 more star slot. Decoy Jiang Shao, second last said, Central Plains, Yanzhou Province, Star Cave Dimensional Space, Star Demon Star Technique. Jiang Shao asked, White Starfall and Blue Starfall? Second last said, it's of silver quality. It can recover star power and heal the body. It won't waste your pathetic star slot. Finally, am I going to embark on the path of a proper doctor? Jiang Shao was indeed not interested in such non-toxic medical star technique. However, just as second last said, the Star Demon Star Bead only had those 2 star techniques which were both useful to Jiang Shao. Hence, there was no need for him to mark them. The 2 star slots would definitely not be wasted. Decoy Jiang Shao hesitated for a moment before saying, let's go home first and make some preparations. Let's try to concoct 9 star techniques before I start school and throw Decoy into the upper dimension. Second last did not respond and simply raised her eyes to look at Han Jiangxue, who was in the distance. Jiang Shao wanted to block her gaze, but there was a difference in the equipment. Hence, Jiang Shao raised his hand and blocked second last's face. His childish actions were very effective. Second last looked away and said, she's not bad. She reminds me of someone. Jiang Shao said, third last I know. Second last said in a hoarse voice, she's a little different from third last. Jiang Shao asked, what? Second last smirked and said with a hint of admiration in her eyes, she has feelings. Hearing this, Jiang Shao couldn't help but grimace and think, what kind of evaluation is that? Oh my god, what kind of woman did Hai Tianqing date previously? Jiang Shao shook his head helplessly and said, now, the last experiment. Slightly bewildered, second last asked, what's there to experiment for? Jiang Shao said, when I summoned Decoy just now and replaced it with a new one, the previous one was gone. It vanished into thin air and turned into star power. Most importantly, the star bead was gone. Second last was slightly stunned and thought, star bead? Jiang Shao said, I'm in the galaxy stage and the first star slot in my star map has also been lit up. This body of mine should have star beads. Second last asked, how should we experiment? Jiang Shao said, It turns out that the bait disappeared into thin air and didn't produce any star bead. I want you to try to dig out the star bead in my head before my body turns into starlight and dissipates. I want to see if there are any star beads in my head." Second last pursed her lips and asked, "Are you sure you want me to do it?" Jiang Shao said, "You're more ruthless and faster than me." Second last pulled out the dagger from the side of her thigh and was about to attack when she thought of something. She tilted her head and gestured to the darkness in the distance. Jiang Shao strode forward and took out a handful of white ghoul star beads from her pocket. He then quickly absorbed them and turned around to walk into the darkness, followed by second last. "Where are you going?" Han Jiangshu asked all of a sudden. Jiang Shao said, "I'm verifying a conjecture. Don't worry." Being smart, Han Jiangshu asked, "It's about death, right?" Jiang Shao comforted her gently and said, "Don't worry. By the way, let's go for hot pot later." Han Jiangxue didn't catch up with Jiang Zhao's sudden change of topic. She was stunned for a moment and asked, "Huh?" Jiang Shao smacked his lips and said, "I'm so bored. The shadow of disaster ruins is so huge, we should make good use of it and stock up on snack. By the way, do you have any thoughts about this space?" Han Jiangshu asked, "What thoughts?" Jiang Shao shrugged his shoulders and said, "Remodel it. Build a hut, surround a garden or something like that. If only Xian were here, we could build a treehouse." "It would be perfect," Han Jiangshu said softly. "You're going to show her such a shadow of disaster ruins." Jiang Shao was at a loss for words. He said helplessly, "That's true, I'd better build it myself." Jiang Shao finally diverted Han Jiangshue's attention. In the distance, second last and the decoy Jiang Shao walked to a corner far away from the little burning man. He had also finally absorbed the star technique of endurance. In the darkness, second last said, "Get ready." Jiang Shao put the remaining star beads into her pocket. This time, he absorbed a total of 6 brass-quality, white ghoul star beads and only obtained 1 star technique, endurance. The aptitude of the Big Dipper star map is really low. He had to absorb 6 low-level brass-quality star beads before he could barely obtain 1 star technique. Seems like I was lucky to have absorbed 5 green glow, didn't I? Feeling helpless, Jiang Shao said, "This is the second time you've tried to kill me." A strange smile appeared on second last's face as she stabbed her sharp dagger into Jiang Zhao's head, not giving him a chance to say another word. In the distance, Jiang Shao couldn't help but grimace and think, "This chick is really ruthless." Jiang Shao didn't even manage to react before he died. Jiang Zhao's heart trembled slightly and he thought, "I better not be too mischievous when I face her in the future. I suddenly feel terrified." Under the dim starry sky, second last frowned slightly and searched. It turned out that Jiang Shao really didn't have any star beads. It was different from replacing the old bait with a new one. When the new one was replaced with the old bait would instantly turn into star power and dissipate. However, when the bait died normally, its body was still there. Second last didn't find any star beads. Why? Is it because this body is made of star power in the first place? Is it because Jiang Zhao's entire body is equivalent to a star bead? Second last casually threw the dismembered corpse at her feet and counted silently in her heart. "It's too real. Will Jiang Zhao's corpse continue to exist until it rots? In essence, it should be made of star power." Second last raised her eyebrows slightly. Finally, the corpse and the blood turned into starlight and dissipated in the air. "About 8 minutes?" Second last clicked her tongue in amazement and thought, "What an amazing kid. I have to be more careful in the future, lest I accidentally kill him too." She's here. The Demon King has emerged from the darkness." Jiang Shao turned around, only to see second last shaking her head gently. Her intentions were obvious. However, Jiang Shao wasn't dejected at all. He had long prepared for the worst. In fact, the diamond quality bait was already very powerful, and Jiang Shao had always been fantasizing about better ones. Jiang Shao said, "Let's go back. Time is running out. We have to go to Damering and Yanzhou," Second Last said. "You can buy the star beads of Yanzhou and the Central Plains. I'll get my subordinates to send the star beads to you from the northwest. The level 3 star bead in Daming Province used to be under my jurisdiction too. You can just send the bait over. I'll get someone to take you there to absorb the Ghost Tiger star bead." Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. "Everything has been arranged clearly." Jiang Shao scratched his head and said, "Then, what should I do? What should we do?" Second Last said in a hoarse voice, "Is diamond quality the peak?" Jiang Shao licked his lips excitedly and looked at Second Last with a scorching gaze. "This kid has big plans. He's someone who can do great things." Jiang Shao said tentatively, "I don't think it's the peak, right?" Second Last nodded slightly and said, "We're not going anywhere. We'll just stay here and kill until your star technique is upgraded." Madam Second Last. She's so authoritative. For some reason, Jiang Shao suddenly had an urge to ask her for an autograph. Chapter 626. On the last day of the month, I'd like to have a chat with everyone. After a month of hard work, the little toxic healer won the World Cup. At the same time, he would probably be ranked 3rd on the monthly votes list. Thank you for your support, everyone who subscribes to the book. Thank you very much. This book, how should I put it? It's meant to be light-hearted and funny. I just hope that all the nannies and dads would be willing to read it and enjoy the process of reading every chapter. The main plot of 9-Star Poison Healer was very clear, which was to be mischievous and reckless. Battles, monsters, competitions, leveling up, and daily life were all for the sake of being mischievous and reckless. 8 million words had been written, but the style had never changed. Mischievous and reckless were the main plot of the book. Everything else was fleeting. I believe everyone can clearly feel this theme. Just like what Jiang Shao said in the book, mischievous is not evil, you added, reckless is not despicable. You carefully wrote the main theme within the appropriate range. After all, it was difficult to please everyone, and he hoped that everyone would forgive him if he couldn't reach the point. Many people said that the little toxic healer's personality was very likable, which was an affirmation of 9-Star Poison Healer. You would also continue down this path. Everyone pushed the little toxic healer to this position, and you was caught off guard. You had said in the previous chapters that he thought the little toxic healer could stand at a higher position and asked for everyone's support. However, the reality was, he climbed really high. You guys are too awesome. You're really mischievous. Now that the World Cup is over, the little toxic healer is going to start a new journey. Nannies and dads, keep an eye on your son. He'll drift off somewhere if you're not paying attention. Oh right, I've created a new group. The previous 2 are full. Book Friends Group 3, 865296639, new Welcome to Play V Group, 8726111742, subscription fan points required, Weibo account. You Loves Writing You is considered a newcomer to Weibo, but he started from 8. Starting from the 1st of this month, I will be posting on Weibo every day. Those who use Weibo can follow me. However, don't get your hopes up. You might not be as mischievous as the little toxic healer. He'll leave in July and continue in August. In the last few hours, everyone should clear your monthly votes and vote for the little toxic healer. Don't be defeated by the gods at the end. Attention. There's only one sentence in this chapter that's important. There'll be a new chapter at 24. I hope it'll be a good start for August. Everyone, we'll see you in August in 4 hours. Chapter 627. Add more chapters for the leader of the Bloodthirsty Thunder Alliance. Although Jiang Zhao's arrangements were clear, he didn't listen to second-last suggestion in the end. Fortunately, it was just a suggestion and not an order. Jiang Zhao could kill day and night, but Han Jiangxue couldn't. If she stayed in the darkness for too long and listened to the roars and cries of killing for too long, it would really have a huge impact on her. Han Jiangxue wasn't weak, but Jiang Zhao just hoped that she could strike a balance between work and rest. Another reason was that Jiang Zhao didn't trust the bait to act alone. Jiang Zhao could let the bait enter the upper dimension and it wouldn't matter even if it died. However, what about entering the level 3 below star in Daming Province? Going on a public mission with a group of equally outstanding guardians of the night or even the light chasers? It was better to be safe than sorry. Under Jiang Zhao's persuasion, Second Last agreed to accompany him to the level 3 below star instead of letting her former comrades accompany the bait to embed the ghost tiger star bead. After a discussion, the three of them immediately set off and rushed back to Earth. This time, Jiang Zhao was still driving, but he was extremely excited and looked like a young man who was looking forward to a beautiful new world. When he rushed home again, Husky was nowhere to be found. Jiang Zhao drove her car away. Did she go to the police? It's okay, the police can't catch me. Watch my diamond teleportation. Speaking of teleportation, Jiang Zhao thought of teleportation. Speaking of teleportation, it should feel like a somersault that traveled 108,000 miles. Speaking of 108,000 miles, forget it, forget it. Under Jiang Zhao's insistence, the three of them ate hot pot at home. It couldn't be helped because the popularity of the World Cup had yet to die down. Or rather, for a legendary assistant like Jiang Zhao, his popularity would probably never die down. Jiang Zhao really wasn't suitable for eating out. Hence, he had no choice but to buy some hot pot base ingredients and iced BOLO to enjoy at home. Unfortunately, it didn't feel like eating in a hot pot restaurant. However, with little Jiangshue's company, the other feelings didn't seem to be that important. Jiang Zhao's appetite was whetted and he ate a lot of meat. Husky rushed over after smelling the meat. She reckoned that she must have smelled the text on the phone. As soon as they entered the room, they cried, threw a tantrum, and threatened to hang themselves. Feeling apologetic, Han Jiangxue couldn't bring herself to be imposing and could only comfort them softly. On the other hand, Jiang Zhao's beer was rather good. Although Xia Yan was feeling indignant, she didn't stop drinking. At the dining table, Jiang Zhao took the opportunity to ask about the price of the star beads. Xia Yan made a call and asked around. There were plenty of star caves in Yanzhou and the Central Plains, and the star beads of star demons were produced in large quantities. Hence, they weren't as expensive as they had imagined. For the sake of Xia Yan, Ruifeng business firm decided to strike a deal at a friendly price. Money was just a worldly possession. Besides, the star demon star bead was a necessity, after all. Jiang Zhao really needed it, so he decided to purchase it directly. Indeed, Jiang Zhao did not have much time. Otherwise, he would have fought on his own. However, Han Jiangxue stopped him. There was still more than half a month left before the summer break, and Xia Yan was crying and throwing a tantrum. Besides, Han Jiangxue had never been to the Star Cave before. Hence, she planned to go there with Xia Yan to make up for the emotional trauma that she had suffered. Hence, she decided to treat it as a vacation. Of course, the tickets would be expensive, but the tickets were not only for the star beads, but also for the experience. If he had the time, Jiang Zhao would be willing to go to the Star Cave to take a look. However, Jiang Zhao felt that it was better to be safe than sorry. Hence, he didn't plan to let the decoy tag along. Besides, the star techniques of the Star Cave were also required to be absorbed by the decoy. The danger level of the creatures in the Star Cave was considered acceptable, with the lower limit of silver quality and the upper limit of gold quality. Hence, Jiang Zhao decided to support their vacation. Song Chuanxi was still completing her apprenticeship mission under the guidance of the Wasteland Reclaimers, while Wu Yao was also fulfilling her dream of traveling around the world. However, He Su, the head of the assistant department, planned to continue his studies in the capital. He had already been recommended for postgraduate studies in preparation for his future tenure. At this moment, He Su had nothing to do in the capital. Under the invitation of his teammate, Han Jiangxue, he gladly went there to escort Han Jiangxue and Xia Yan. On the other hand, Jiang Shao also planned to head to Daming Province with second last to see the beautiful starry sky. After 3 rounds of drinks, the plan was made, and both the host and the guest were in a good mood. Second last lay on the sofa in the living room and watched television in boredom. Han Jiangxue, Xia Yan, and Jiang Shao were cleaning up the dishes in the kitchen. In the end, Husky was chased out of the kitchen by Han Jiangxue. She doesn't even know how to wash the dishes. All she knows is to cause trouble here. She even spilled the sesame sauce on me. After coaxing Xia Yan for the entire night, Han Jiangxue couldn't take it anymore. Isn't she a baby? Finally, only the 2 of them were left in the kitchen. Jiang Shao picked up the chopsticks with both hands and scrubbed them under the tap. He said, "Absorb the dark sky star bead in a while." Han Jiangxue asked, "A while?" Jiang Shao smiled and said, "Yeah, you didn't drink. I think you're in a good state now." "Okay." Han Jiangxue put the plate into the sink and said, "Okay." Jiang Shao said softly, "Be careful when you go to the star cave." Han Jiangxue scooped up the food in the hot pot and threw it into the trash bag. "Don't worry, He Su is here. I'll be able to use it easily." Jiang Shao was speechless. What a terrifying answer! Are the assistants just tools in the eyes of the output dads? However, it was understandable. After all, in the eyes of the assistants, the output dads were the sons. At 9 o'clock in the evening, second last went to bed early. Jiang Shao and Xia Yan were sitting side by side in Han Jiangxue's room, staring at Han Jiangxue, who was sitting on the bed with 3 star beads in front of her. The 2 of them quietly watched as Han Jiangxue absorbed a pitch-black dark sky star bead. The star bead shattered and the rich star power lingered around Han Jiangxue's body. The white flame star map was like a devouring beast that devoured all the star power around it. "Ha!" Han Jiangxue opened her eyes, but she remained expressionless. On the white flame star map with 30 star slots, the 16th star slot was not lit up. It failed. As expected, the 3 of them were mentally prepared and hence, they weren't too upset. The Platinum Quality Space Series star technique was not something that could be acquired by anyone. Well, Jiang Shao was an exception. For some reason, Han Jiangxue suddenly frowned and closed her eyes again, seemingly trying hard to feel something. Jiang Shao and Xia Yan looked at each other and thought, "We dare not ask or say anything." A few minutes later, Han Jiangxue reached out and pressed her hand on another star bead in front of her. The star bead under her palm shattered and the rich star power surged into the room again, which was then burned by the white flames in front of her. Jiang Shao and Xia Yan opened their mouths wide and watched as the 16th star slot flickered. The rich star power collided with the empty star slot again and again, seemingly trying hard to light it up. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. A total of 15 seconds passed and the star power in the surroundings gradually became thinner. In the end, the 16th star slot still did not light up. To their astonishment, Han Jiangxue actually frantically reached out and pressed her hand on the last star bead of sky's end. The surrounding star power surged out again and the flickering star slot seemed to have been renewed as it shone again. Until it shone brightly. "Oh my God!" Xia Yan exclaimed in shock and bounced up from the ground. Just as she was about to pounce onto the bed, Jiang Shao grabbed her ankle and pulled her back. Xia Yan frantically supported herself with her hands to prevent herself from falling into the mud. At the next moment, the star power in the room surged and Han Jiangxue opened her eyes abruptly. Layers of star power circulated in her eyes and the starlight surrounded her body.
Advancement of star power?
Double happiness? Ha! Han Jiangxue let out a long sigh and her voice trembled slightly. The white flame star map shone brightly and lit up the entire room. In the bedroom far away, Second Last silently opened her eyes and stared at the ceiling. About 10 seconds later, she closed her eyes again. Almost at the same time, Xia Yan exclaimed excitedly, "The middle of the galaxy realm?
Am I? Shue?
You've entered the middle of the galaxy realm? You're only in year 1, year 2 hasn't even started yet." After that, Second Last could no longer hear anything, but she wasn't worried because she knew where they had gone. In the ruins of Calamity, Jiang Shao and Xia Yan looked at Han Jiangxue with anticipation in their eyes. They finally received an affirmative answer. Han Jiangxue said, "Yes, I'm in the middle of the galaxy realm. I've been stuck in the early stages of the galaxy realm for a long time. I should have advanced long ago." Jiang Shao said, "That's good enough. Breaking through the threshold requires a lot of luck and various factors. Even if you've been delayed for some time, you're still much more outstanding than your peers. Besides, most people are stuck in the galaxy realm for the rest of their lives. By the way, what kind of star technique did you acquire?" Han Jiangxue looked around with the help of the dim starry sky, but her starting posture was a little strange. To be exact, the accompanying movement of the star technique was a little strange. Han Jiangxue stacked her hands together and held them in front of her, after which a transparent semi-sphere appeared in her hands and floated a few centimeters above her palms. Layers of pitch-black astral power rippled from top to bottom in the small, transparent semicircle. As the semi-sphere appeared, the three of them felt that the sky was getting darker. A transparent light shield suddenly shrouded the three of them. Jiang Shao discovered that the semi-sphere that shrouded him was actually an enlarged version of the semi-sphere in Han Jiangxue's hands. From the top of the transparent shield, circles of pitch-black astral power descended. They were not smooth arcs but slightly distorted ripples. The semi-sphere was transparent, but the circles of black ripples that fell were not. In order to see the scene outside, they had to explore through the gaps between the ripples of star power. Fortunately, the ripples of star power were not dense and did not fall at a fast speed.
Dark space defense?
Defense plus fixed-point teleportation? Awesome, my little Jiangxue. Jiang Shao looked around and said, "It has a diameter of 8 meters? What a huge energy shield. How long can you last?" Han Jiangxue asked with a tense expression. 8 seconds. As soon as she finished speaking, the ripples of the energy shield immediately retracted and the three of them disappeared without a trace. In a corner of the Scourge ruins, a ripple of energy shield immediately appeared. This time, the energy shield did not retract but extended infinitely and spread in all directions. In the process of spreading, the energy shield also disappeared without a trace. The three of them also appeared in the corner. Xia Yan looked around in amazement, her eyes slightly glazed over, seemingly still recalling everything that had just happened. "It's so magical. I actually teleported here in a flash. It's safe and painless. I don't even feel anything." While Xia Yan was still in a daze, Jiang Shao had already extended his hand towards Han Jiangxue. Han Jiangxue tried to calm herself down, and when she saw Jiang Shao extending his hand towards her, she felt a little curious and extended her hand too. Jiang Shao pinched her palm and gently picked it up before pressing it on the back of her fair and tender hand. "Hello, Lord Fazhen." Han Jiangxue blushed and flung Jiang Zhao's hand away. Xia Yan pointed at Jiang Shao and said, You, bastard. When I wasn't paying attention, you actually." Jiang Shao took 2 steps back meekly. He wanted to praise Xia Yan, but what should he say? "Hello, Lord God of War?" Would Jiang Shao be able to live with his conscience? Or else, "Hello, Husky?" It's a new month, a new journey. Rolling on the ground for monthly votes? Chapter 628. Beijiang Province and Damring Province were two different provinces. However, in fact, the distance between Beijiang Province and Wulan City was only about 500 kilometers, which would only take a few hours to reach by car. The more terrifying thing was that in Damring Province, the distance from the eastern city to the western city was more than 3,000 kilometers, and it would take 3 days to drive there. Han Jiangxue and Xia Yan took the high-speed rail to the capital of Yanzhou Province, where they met up with Senior He Su. Jiang Shao once again commandeered Xia Yan's Land Rover and walked on the endless road with Second Last. Since there were only two of them, Second Last told Jiang Shao about the recent situation of the Guardians of the Night in the northwest. It turned out that the Dark Hall incident in Central Asia and the Dark Hall incident in the northwest of China were still going on. According to the analysis of the data, the frequency of the holy ground of dimensional ruins opening on Earth was no longer increasing. Instead, it was continuously decreasing. However, the bad news was that although the frequency of the opening of the holy ground was decreasing, the scope was expanding. With Central Asia as the center, the opening of the holy ground affected more and more regions. That was a very bad sign. The land was the home that humans relied on for survival, and humans had already lost control of the ocean many years ago. But now, or in fact, even if there were no dimensional ruins and this world was a normal one, humans had never had any control over the ocean. In this world that was full of star power, the number of exotic beasts in the ocean was unimaginably large. The only thing that allowed human civilization to continue to this day was that most of the marine beasts would not take the initiative to attack land. They had their own lives and their own order in their own world. That should be a gift from God. The characteristics of marine beasts were the exact opposite of those of land beasts. On land, one could find friendly creatures of other dimensions, but there were very few of them. In the ocean, most of the creatures of other dimensions were friendly, at least according to the feedback from coastal cities around the world. However, everyone knew that the real overlords were always in the depths of the ocean, at the end of the deep sea that one could not see with the naked eye. There was a saying that went, "You'll never know how many patients there are unless you go to the hospital." If one did not understand the ocean and only lived under the protection of the country, one would have fun in the Star Pet amusement park. One would never be able to imagine what the outside world was like. The deep sea was a true forbidden zone. Even the current Jiang Shao could not set foot in it. But some things can't be changed just because you realize it. You can only bear it and endure it. The world was far from being as peaceful as it seemed on the surface. The wonderful laws and strange balance allowed the earth to still exist and allow humans to survive. However, Jiang Shao did not have time to be compassionate. He could only take one step at a time and work hard to grow. "It's just treating the symptoms but not the root cause," Second Last said all of a sudden. "Huh!" Jiang Shao turned to look at the passenger seat. The car was indeed spacious. Second Last slid the front passenger seat to the back and adjusted the back of the seat to a comfortable angle. She then stretched her legs and placed them on the glove box in front of the front passenger seat. Jiang Shao hurriedly turned around and continued to look at the road ahead. Due to the hot weather, she was still wearing her jeans and hot pants. Hence, such a scene easily distracted Jiang Shao. Second Last said, "We've been passively defending and destroying one holy ground after another. We'll open a spatial gate and enter it to destroy the holy ground. It's treating the symptoms but not the root cause." Jiang Shao frowned slightly and nodded silently. Second Last continued, "With Central Asia as the center, the frequency of the opening of the holy ground in the surrounding areas is gradually decreasing. That's a good sign. However, the area affected is getting larger and larger. Not every country can solve the problem as quickly as we can. If this goes on, we'll all know what the outcome will be." The dimensional space that was blooming on Earth and the dimensional space behind the dimensional space were excellent buffers. However, if there were no buffers and the holy ground was directly opened on Earth, the situation would definitely take a turn for the worse. Second last said, "The ultimate goal of the higher-ups is for me to lead an independent light-chasing team. You know what that means?" Jiang Shao asked, "Putting out fires everywhere?" Second last said again, "It's just treating the symptoms but not the root cause." Jiang Shao said, "You've also said that the frequency of the opening of the holy ground is decreasing. When the frequency drops to 0, we'll be able to solve the root cause." Second last thought about it and said, "I hope so." Jiang Shao said, "You know that I didn't go to the upper dimension to look for someone just to comfort Han Jiangxue." Second last said, "Okay." Jiang Shao said, "Take the students as an example. The creatures in the upper dimension are only gold level, and the guardians of the night soldiers who entered by mistake are fully capable of surviving there. Besides, they've been there for a long time." Second last said, "Okay." Jiang Shao continued, "We have reason to believe that after living for so many years, they'll have a deep understanding of the upper dimension. When I find them, I'll bring back all the information they've learned." Second last said, "Okay." Jiang Shao looked at the road that seemed to lead to the sky and said softly, "In fact, I don't need to bring the information back because I'm communicating with the decoy. If they have any ideas or areas that they can't set foot in or explore, I'll cooperate with them without hesitation, no matter what the outcome is." Second last adjusted the back of her seat a little higher and turned around to look at Jiang Shao with a complicated gaze. Jiang Shao said, "I believe that those soldiers are still alive. They're strong and there's no reason for them to die. I believe that they're strong enough to survive in that tough environment. I also believe that they're living there because they're waiting for people like me to appear." Second last reached out and rubbed Jiang Zhao's head gently. "Life is made up of one choice after another. Your choices have made you who you are now. Just do your best within your abilities. That's enough. Don't give yourself too much pressure." Jiang Shao suddenly smiled and said, "Turns out that you have the potential to be a political commissar. I initially thought that you were just a person who gave orders." The 4-hour drive passed quickly, and the vehicle slowly stopped in the wilderness 40 kilometers west of Ulan City. In the wilderness, a military camp rose from the ground. It was the norm in this world to have a dimensional space that was half commercial and half military. There were many expensive cars in the parking lot, and they were obviously the cars of the Star Warriors who were there to train. Below the Stars Level 3 was the highest level dimensional space in the series of dimensional spaces that were open to the public. Below the Stars Level 4 was not open to the public. After passing through 2 checkpoints, Jiang Shao and Second Last walked into the reception hall. There was already a soldier waiting for them there. The soldier was about 28 or 29 years old, and was tall and muscular. He was about 1.8 meters tall and was dressed in a black uniform of the Guardians of the Night. He stood at attention and saluted Second Last. After Second Last returned the salute, the man stopped saluting and said in a sonorous voice, "Commander." Second Last introduced him by saying, "Ho Zihu." Jiang Shao reached out and shook hands with Ho Zihu, feeling his rough and strong hand. Second Last said, "Let's go." Ho Zihu said, "Yes." Under the guidance of the Guardians of the Night, Jiang Shao and Second Last entered the room of the Guardians of the Night without going through any complicated procedures. They changed into the Guardians of the Night's uniform and entered the dimensional portal. Jiang Shao strode into the overlapping space portal and entered another world. This place was indeed under the starry sky. Jiang Shao could feel the temperature of the summer night, but it wasn't hot and was even a little cool. The first thing Jiang Shao saw was the vast and dazzling galaxy in the sky. The second thing he saw was the boundless grassland under the dazzling starry sky. There were specks of fireflies fluttering gently on the grassland. It added a hint of beauty to the midsummer night under the galaxy. Even though Jiang Shao did not have any perception-type star techniques, the galaxy was too dazzling and added a lot of brightness to the beautiful space. The creatures of other dimensions were at least silver quality and were capped at gold quality. However, it seemed that it was not as dangerous as he had imagined. Vaguely, Jiang Shao actually heard singing, which was melodious and reverberating in the grassland and under the starry sky. Jiang Shao looked around and saw a group of buildings made up of several wooden houses in the distance. There were also huge bonfires scattered around the buildings. That should be the supply point of the Guardians, but there was a group of men and women around one of the bonfires who were singing and dancing loudly. The bonfire crackled and sparks flew out, fusing with the fireflies of the midsummer night. Looking at the faces of the people reflected by the bonfire, the scene was so beautiful. Ho Zihu's voice came from behind. Their 12-man team defeated a large ghost wolf pack a day ago, and there were no casualties. That battle even alarmed the Guardians of the Night and the Guardians. Today is the day they leave. Second Last nodded gently and said, "You can send them here." Ho Zihu suddenly said, "Sir, our brothers heard that you need to hunt ghost tigers, so we made the decision to kill some for you during the break." Hearing this, Second Last frowned slightly and turned to look at Ho Zihu. Ho Zihu took out a handful of ghost tiger star beads from his pocket and said, "I hope this can save you some time. We haven't seen you in a long time. If possible, we hope you can come and visit us." Looking at Ho Zihu's sincere gaze, Jiang Shao smiled and said to Second Last, "I thought you didn't have any friends, and I thought your circle of friends was limited to the Tail Feather Squad." Ho Zihu said, "She has comrades, a group of soldiers whose lives she saved." Second Last said, "Leave." Ho Zihu hesitated for a moment and stuffed a handful of star beads into Jiang Zhao's hand. "While retreating," he said, "we'll stay where we were." Ho Zihu then turned around and left. Jiang Shao stepped forward and gently touched Second Last's arm with his arm. "I know you're not good at expressing your emotions, but you're too cold." Second Last's face stiffened and she didn't respond. Jiang Shao looked at the group of people who were singing, dancing, and laughing around the bonfire in the distance. He said, "Is it because you're afraid to participate in such an occasion? They seem really happy." Second Last strode out. Jiang Shao caught up with her and said, "You just informed them yesterday and now, I'm holding about 30 ghost tiger star beads in my hands. They really want to see you." Second Last said, "That's your fault. Our original plan was to send you here as bait, but you changed the plan at the last minute." Jiang Shao asked, "Why don't they want to see their old friends?" Second Last sighed deeply and looked at the dancing fireflies on the grassland. "They know the situation in the northwest, and they'll want to follow me to the front line." Jiang Shao remained silent for a while before saying, "Isn't your light chasing team short of members? You know them very well too." Second Last said softly, "Because I know them very well, I know that only 2 of them are suitable for my special team. What will the rest of the soldiers think?" Jiang Shao said with a smile, "I think you're thinking about the problem from the wrong perspective. Even if only 1 out of 100 people are suitable, the real soldiers will only feel honored and not be mentally unbalanced. They might even urge them to work harder and grow." Upon hearing this, Second Last suddenly stopped in her track. Jiang Shao was looking down and counting the star beads when he bumped into her back. He clasped the star beads in his hands and looked up, only to realize that Second Last had already turned around and was staring at him. Jiang Zhao's heart tensed up and he stammered, "As for the transfer of personnel, that's a matter for the higher-up." Second Last said slowly, "Change the bait and absorb the star beads." Jiang Shao nodded repeatedly and said, "Oh. Bookmark for easier reading." Chapter 629. Jiang Shao followed Second Last and walked towards the forest with a dejected expression on his face. "The reason? It was naturally because the success rate of decoy Jiang Shao absorbing star techniques in the Calamity Ruins was extremely low. Jiang Shao was on the verge of tears. Out of the 34 Ghost Tiger star beads, decoy Jiang Shao had absorbed 14 of them and only managed to acquire a silver quality star technique, swiftness. Ha! Jiang Shao sighed deeply. As the 14th star bead shattered, he finally acquired swiftness. If it didn't come soon, Jiang Shao would have really gone crazy. The Ghost Tiger had 4 star techniques: perception, sharpness, swiftness, and howl. Apart from howl, which was of gold quality, the other 3 were of silver quality. Perception and swiftness were both excellent star technique. Swiftness makes your movements faster and your reactions more agile. Passive technique does not have to be activated. Silver quality. Now, the decoy Jiang Shao had the brass quality green glow, brass quality endurance, and silver quality swiftness.
Forget it, I'm still far from it, did you see that?
Second last asked all of a sudden. Huh! Jiang Shao hurriedly snapped back to his senses and peeked his head out from behind second last, only to see a grayish-white fox at the edge of the forest in the distance. Although it was a summer night in the dimensional space, the vast Milky Way above their heads made the visibility very high. The grayish-white fox was roughly the same shape as the foxes on Earth, but its entire body was covered in a grayish-white mist, which was extremely strange, especially that pair of eyes, which flickered with the luster of a cold star. It was hard to tell whether this scene was beautiful or terrifying. Second last said, "It has a gold-quality star technique, Roar of Fear, which can scare the enemy away. If you get surrounded in the upper dimension, it might be a good star technique." Jiang Shao nodded and said, "Indeed, but my decoy is too poor. It's hard to absorb a gold-quality star technique. You have to be mentally prepared." Second last said, "It's better if it can absorb it. If not, it's not on the list of star techniques we planned." "Okay, I'll make the first move?" As soon as Jiang Shao finished speaking, the ghost fox in the forest turned around and disappeared into the forest. Trying to run? Jiang Zhao's body flashed and disappeared without a trace. Second last strode forward, and at the next moment, she saw a ghostly fox bending its body and flying out of the forest. Second last stomped her feet and charged forward. She then swung her right hand and a dark silver ray of light appeared, which then formed a giant sword. Facing the ghost fox that was flying towards her, she raised the sword and beheaded it. Like a ghost, Jiang Shao appeared beside Ghost Fox's corpse. Second last's output was indeed explosive and her power was off the charts, but the ghostly fox was a gold-quality creature. Hence it did die rather aggrievedly. Unlike the thick-skinned ape ghoul king, its attributes were almost all agility and speed. Even its only star technique was called Roar of Fear. Although it was not very powerful, it was an extremely difficult creature to capture and kill. Its attributes and star techniques were all for escaping. Alas, he was so fast that he met someone who could teleport. If second last had to chase after it, it would be fun. In this forest, second last probably wouldn't be able to catch up with the ghostly fox in her human form. She reckoned that she would have to transform into a long-tailed lynx in order to catch up with it in the forest. Beneath the misty body of the ghostly fox was a real body. Jiang Shao squatted down and took out the ghostly fox's star bead, after which he received a message from the internal star map. Ghostly fox star bead, brass quality, star technique. 1. Roar of Fear. Emits a roar that makes the enemies in the range flee in fear. Roar skill, gold quality, upgradable. Do you want to absorb it? Of course not. Jiang Shao looked around and saw the headless fox's corpse in the distance. Second last had good knife skills. She managed to chop off its head. But then again, its fur shouldn't be valuable, right? Jiang Shao casually opened the space door and threw the ghostly fox star bead in. "Oh," second last asked, "what's the matter?" Jiang Shao said, 23 gold quality ghost tiger star beads, but you only absorbed one silver quality, rapid agility.
Are you afraid?
Second last was speechless. Jiang Shao carried the giant sword on his back and looked up at the dazzling starry sky. Why don't you stab me to death?
I don't want to live anymore. How much does a gold quality ghost tiger star bead cost? Oh my god!
Jiang Shao seemed to be in despair and said, There are still 11 gold quality ghost tiger star beads left. I don't want to absorb any more. Take a break then. Let's kill more ghost tiger star beads first. Enjoy the process. When you achieve your goal, you'll feel a greater sense of accomplishment, Second last said as she led Jiang Shao into the forest. Jiang Shao remained silent for a long time and suddenly wiped his face forcefully. Second last is right. Jiang Shao. You have to pull yourself together. You have to continue spending money. Spending money can change fate. Jiang Shao cheered himself on and exclaimed, I'm going to cry. Second last asked, Huh? Jiang Shao frantically explained, I can quickly find the location of the ghostly tiger through the domain tiers. Second last said, Sure. Dark clouds quickly gathered in the starry sky of the summer night, blocking the dazzling galaxy. For some reason, Jiang Shao suddenly felt a little sinful. It was because the starry sky was too beautiful. The rain was pattering, and Jiang Shao controlled the domain tiers to be within the range of light rain. However, the range of the rain was getting larger and larger, and it was probably going to envelop the entire forest. Every drop of rain was closely connected to Jiang Zhao's senses. From now on, his senses were far stronger than second last. Let's go, I found the ghostly tiger. Jiang Zhao's body floated up and was about 10 centimeters above the ground. Second last hurriedly tried to catch up with him. Although she was fast, Jiang Shao had no choice but to slow down. Although the domain tiers were not as fast as Gu Xinji's cherry blossom domain, they were still considered fast, especially in the mountainous terrain where flying was faster than running. It's so comfortable to go on missions with my family. I can use all kinds of star techniques and it feels so good to fly. There's a pack of 36 wolves in the northwest direction, Jiang Shao said while flying. Second last wiped her wet face and said in a hoarse voice, That's not our goal. Roar. Jiang Shao and second last immediately roared angrily. It was the gold quality star technique of the ghostly tiger war cry. Jiang Shao had long figured out the shape of the ghostly tiger's body. The huge ghostly tiger was at least 3 meters long and looked similar to the tigers on Earth. When Jiang Shao saw the ghostly tiger with his own eyes, he discovered that it was vastly different from the tigers on Earth. The size of the ghostly tiger was far larger than what Jiang Shao had perceived. Why? It was because the fog that was drifting from its body was especially thick and the shape that was pieced together was extremely mighty. As for its eyes, they were also 2 bright stars. Starlight flowed within them, emitting a faint cold light. It was incomparably domineering. At the next moment, Jiang Shao and second last each carried a giant sword and dashed towards the menacing ghostly tiger. 3 days later, Jiang Shao and second last hid in a cave and looked at the decoy Jiang Shao in front of them. Although the decoy Jiang Zhao's face was covered in a circular mask, his eyes were still filled with sorrow and joy. Including the star beads that he had previously consumed, the decoy Jiang Shao had absorbed a total of 35 ghostly tiger star beads. He finally absorbed a silver quality speed and a silver quality perception. The journey under the starry sky could finally come to an end. Apart from the fact that it was a waste of star beads, the combination of star techniques was a great stroke of luck. He did not absorb the useless silver quality sharpness, nor did he absorb the gold quality war cry. That's great. The star techniques of the Reign of Tears series were really terrifying. In the past 2 days, the two of them did not encounter any forest wolves under Jiang Zhao's guidance. The ghostly tiger and ghostly fox were not social creatures, but Jiang Shao easily found them under the cover of the heavy rain. The ghostly tiger was easy to deal with. As the king of the area, they were leisurely hunting around. The ghostly foxes were really tricky to deal with because they were scarce in number and extremely fast. It was difficult to hunt them in the forest. The two of them had completed their mission successfully and had 41 ghostly tiger star beads in their hands. However, Jiang Shao could sense that second last did not want to leave just like that. She might have been touched by Jiang Zhao's words when she entered this place previously. Jiang Shao didn't mind giving her a way out. "Let's go see your soldiers," Jiang Shao said carefully. As the rain stopped, second last was drenched, and she suddenly transformed into her lava form, giving Jiang Shao a great shock. Second last's clothes were also melted by the lava form. After more than 10 seconds, second last returned to her normal form and her clothes that were initially wet became dry and clean. There's actually such a thing? Lava body, clothing assimilation? There are so many tricks to using star technique. The pitiful Jiang Shao did not have any Fire Series star techniques and had no choice but to stare at second last with reddened eyes. Second last said, "Okay. TSK. She's so arrogant." However, Jiang Shao dared not voice out his thoughts. In the cave, the decoy Jiang Shao was using his newly acquired star technique, perception, to carefully sense everything in the world. He smelled the fragrance of the plants that had been washed by the rain, the smell of the soil, and the smell left behind by the creatures of other dimensions when they walked past this land. So, has second last always felt that way? No wonder she's so sharp. This star technique is so magical. The decoy Jiang Shao walked to the entrance of the cave and looked out. The grass and trees in the forest in midsummer were extremely clear to him. Observant? As the rain stopped, fireflies flew out of the forest again. The decoy Jiang Shao could even see the body structure of the tiny fireflies. Jiang Shao suddenly asked, "What are you trying to say?" Second last asked, "Huh?" Jiang Shao pointed at the bait Jiang Shao at the door and said, "I sensed your breath just now. When people are about to speak and open their mouths, most of them will breathe in a slightly louder manner." Second last stared at the back of the decoy Jiang Shao and said, "You're not bad. You managed to grasp this very quickly. You even combined it with your personal thoughts, analysis, and judgment." The decoy Jiang Shao shrugged and said, "Fortunately, I've already adapted to the Tier Realm star technique. Otherwise, my head would have exploded from the sudden influx of information. This star technique, perception, is very different from the Tier Realm star technique. It's really amazing." Jiang Shao looked at second last and asked, "What were you trying to say just now?" Second last said, "Put on the mask that you conjured." Jiang Shao asked, "Why?" Second last said, "I need you to maintain your nine-tailed state. One of us has to stay sober." Jiang Shao asked, "Why? Will it be dangerous?" Second last shook her head and said, "No, they're all guardians of the night, so we won't be in danger. However, you'll be responsible for helping me back when I get drunk." Jiang Shao had a peculiar expression on his face. "I haven't even met the soldiers yet, but second last has already predicted that I'll get drunk? Where's your prestige? Show it. Won't it be fine if I don't drink?" Unless, deep down, she wanted to get drunk with her former comrades. Jiang Shao and second last looked into each other's eyes quietly. After a while, Jiang Shao smiled and nodded. "It's rare to see you so interested and have such an opportunity. I'll protect you well. I won't talk much and I won't drink." All along, Jiang Shao had thought that second last's biggest problem was trust. However, it seemed that, as he got to know her better, Jiang Shao realized that he had been biased. Perhaps third last's betrayal had hurt second last deeply and made her extremely strict in choosing her teammates, but she was not really a lonely person. It turned out that there was a group of former comrades waiting to welcome her. Second last nodded and stood up. At the entrance of the cave, the decoy Jiang Shao turned around and walked towards the gate of the Scourge ruins that Jiang Shao had opened. When he passed by second last, he suddenly said, "Just say it out if you're touched. Don't hold it in." All of a sudden, second last hated the decoy Jiang Shao, who had the star technique perception and high insight. Apex. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.